You are listening to Something New, Book 1 of the Camp Eden series by Brooke St. James. Read for you by Kate Rudd. Chapter 1. John Michael Kennedy, Raleigh, North Carolina, late August. I need to hear all about this date, Molly said, getting into her brother's truck. I hope he didn't tell y'all already. Molly was the last of his 3 sisters that John Michael had to pick up. She was working at the mall, and she came out to meet them when he texted her. He hated it, Jenny said, answering Molly's question from the front seat next to their brother. He was driving, and he turned to look at Jenny when she said it. I didn't tell you anything about it yet. Yeah, but I'm the one who set you up, and I talked to Lizzie. She said she doesn't think you're going to call her back. She's right. I'm not going to call her back, John Michael said. See, I told you he hated it, Jenny complained, talking to Sarah and Molly in the back seat. He won't tell us anything about it, Sarah said, turning to Molly. We've been in the truck with him for 10 minutes, and all we got was, she was nice. She was nice, JJ? Molly said. That's all you have to say? It was your first date with a woman in 2 years. No one's keeping track of that, he said. I'll meet someone when I'm supposed to. If I'm supposed to. See how jaded he is? Jenny said. He's not jaded. He'll find someone, Sarah said, reaching up and rubbing her brother's shoulder from the back seat. She couldn't get over trying to figure out why Jenny calls me JJ when I told her my name is John Michael. Did you tell her Joseph is your middle name? Yeah, but she couldn't understand John Michael being my first name. She said I should just go by John Michael and tell my family not to call me JJ because it's too confusing. She said that? That's weird, Molly said. She's fine, Jenny said. She didn't even say anything to me about his name. Where's my nephew? Molly asked. He's with Mom, John Michael said. She watched him while I worked this morning. They spent the day up at Camp Eden. He's going to be so tired, Molly said. No kidding. He's been there twice, and both times he came home filthy and exhausted. So she made one comment about your initials and you don't want to see her again? Jenny asked, clarifying about her friend. Her comments about my name were not what made me feel that way. I just said that as a side note. Was there anything you liked about her? Sarah asked from the back seat. What about you guys? John Michael said. None of you are going out trying to look for dates. I got dumped, Sarah said. John Michael made a frustrated sound. That guy was a clown. Yeah, but it was like a year ago, Jenny said. I don't see you dating anyone, Sarah said to Jenny. None of us need a partner like JJ does, Jenny said. What's that supposed to mean? John Michael asked. You know what it means. You have Ethan. Mom and Dad are going to be gone now that they're moving. You need a partner. You need someone to help you. John Michael laughed at that. It was a confident, secure laugh, assuring Jenny and his other 2 sisters that they had absolutely nothing to worry about. But Jenny had spoken the truth. He needed help, at least a new babysitter. Ethan was 3 years old, and it had been 2 years since his mom passed away. John Michael had help from his family, but he gave a lot of himself to being a dad. His life had been on a completely different path before he learned that his girlfriend was going to have a baby. He partied a lot. He played college baseball and hoped to go pro. However, the minute he learned that he was going to have a child, he began putting all of his time and energy into other things. He quit the baseball team and went full steam ahead with an idea for an app that he would launch with someone in his math class. John Michael put all of his time and effort into packaging and marketing a math app that his friend came up with. The app helped students learn and study mathematics. They could import photos of problems, and it would explain how to solve them. The thing that made it popular, though, was its ability to turn any phone into a cheat-proof scientific calculator. The app would lock students out of other parts of their phones while testing. It was called test mode, and it was now the standard for most high schools and universities. John Michael was tech-savvy, and he was a good designer and salesman. It was a perfect partnership with his friend who had been the brainchild and coder. They sold the company for $8 million, only 2 years after launching the app. John Michael was also a professor now. NC State hired him as a lecturer working part-time while he was finishing his doctoral program. He was almost done, and at that point he would either take a full-time position as an assistant professor or look for something else. He was a good teacher, and he enjoyed the classroom environment. It wasn't the best pay, especially since he was working part-time, but he enjoyed teaching, and money wasn't as important anymore since he set himself up with the sale of that app. John Michael was smart with his money, and he had invested most of the profits. His money was already making money, and a college teaching gig seemed like a fulfilling, manageable lifestyle. Once Ethan started school, they would be able to take breaks at the same time. The two of them had a nice house in Raleigh close to campus, and they would be able to spend holidays on Kerr Lake with his parents at their new home. It was true about John Michael needing help, though, especially since his parents were about to move. They had always lived in Wake Forest, which was only 15 or 20 minutes from Raleigh, and now they were moving to some property that was an hour away.
Mom moving is going to change things for Ethan and me, but it's no reason for me to go off and try to get romantic with someone. I don't need to get married. I just need a good babysitter.
Yeah, that's not romantic, Jenny said.
I know. I felt like such a fraud last night. Your friend was really nice, and I was nice to her and everything. But I was not even trying to date. I was thinking about Mom and Dad and this new house. We ended up talking about that the whole time. She was asking me questions about it.
I wish I would have been there to hear it, Molly said. I know nothing about Camp Eden. What? How could you know nothing? Jenny said. We went there like 5 different times when we were little. Remember, they had those trails and the gigantic campfire? Oh man, that thing was huge. I do think I remember the big campfire, Molly said. But that's about all. I don't remember there even being a house. I thought there were only those cabins with bunk beds. I barely even remembered those. I was only 5 or 6 the last time we went there. It's where Mom and Dad met, Sarah said.
That's the whole point of them buying it, John Michael added. If it weren't for them meeting out there and loving it so much, they'd never move from Wake Forest. They've been in that same house since I was in 6th grade.
I was too little to appreciate Camp Eden, Molly said. I sort of remember that blue house, but not really. I don't even recall there being a lake, Sarah said.
John Michael shook his head. You and Molly stayed back with Mom because she was scared about y'all not being able to swim. But there's a lake. Dad took us over there. They had a whole set of canoes.
I remember that, Jenny said, smiling. How far is the lake from the camp?
We walked there,
John Michael recalled with a shrug.
It was a little hike through the woods. It seemed long, but it must have been less than a mile. Mom and Dad have that map sitting on their dining room table. You can kind of see how the property is set up.
I saw the map, Jenny said. I can't believe they have a soccer field and a baseball diamond in their yard.
Those cabins, too,
John Michael said, shaking his head. What are they going to do with those? Molly asked. I have no idea, Jenny said. I heard Dad talking about refurbishing them, maybe renting them out to people for vacation properties, keeping the camp alive. Is it a midlife crisis? Molly asked, causing them all to laugh. I've always loved Camp Eden, Jenny said. I have such good memories from going over there. That fire pit was like something from a different time. I remember Cale Ashworth calling it the Lake of Fire. I told Mom that, and I almost got my butt whipped. I was scared of that thing, Sarah said. Cameron made a joke about throwing me in there. He said that's where Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego went, and I wouldn't leave Mom's side after that.
I remember you being scared of that fire pit, John Michael said. That was because of Cameron?
Yes. John Michael sighed and rolled his eyes at their cousin. He would have dealt with Cameron back then if he had known he had said that to Sarah. He had always been protective of his sisters. I'm excited about it now, though, Sarah said. Thankfully, I love campfires now.
Yeah, you almost fell in love with Caleb Miller when he brought his guitar and sang at beach camp that year.
I did fall in love, Sarah said. I can still picture him singing and playing that acoustic guitar. I could see the light from the fire moving on his tan face. Her serene expression fell. Then Candace Christensen sat next to him, and they made out. Everyone laughed, and Sarah smiled, feeling pleased that she cracked them up. She was the quiet one, the brunette, the reader. The Kennedy sisters were like Charlie's Angels. The blonde, Jenny, the brunette, Sarah, and Molly, the youngest, was a redhead. She had gotten that hair from their dad's mom, which was how she got her name. They had planned on naming her Samantha, but she was born with red hair, and so Molly it was, after her grandma. John Michael was the firstborn. His father had been convinced that they would have a big crew of boys, but the next 3 were girls, and their mother called it a day after that. John Michael was a brunette like Sarah. He had dark hair and even darker eyes. The Kennedy siblings had good genes. All of them were nice-looking, and they all possessed a certain level of charisma. John Michael was the most charismatic of them all, especially before his wife passed away. All his life, he was popular with his peers and never had a problem with the ladies. But he wasn't interested in a relationship anymore. He had a full life with Ethan, his work, and his family. Everything was fine the way it was. Almost. He did need a good babysitter. Chapter 2. Sadie Kirkpatrick. I was so exhausted and out of it that I experienced a zapping sensation as I was ripped out of my peaceful sleep. My body was... I clearly needed more rest. It was too light out. Light hovered on the other side of my sunglasses, intrusive, unwanted. I could sense that it was too bright before opening my eyes. I was sleeping outside on the ground. I could sense that, too. But I needed sleep. I knew where I was, and it was a safe place. My brothers had left me here, and everything was safe and sound. I felt something touch my face. It happened again, and I flinched and blinked, squinting and barely opening my eyes. I was wearing my signature oversized sunglasses, and I saw a tiny finger tapping on the lens. It belonged to a tiny person. I pulled back jerkily, shifting, and he looked away, moving back, seeming like he regretted waking me up. I had no idea who this kid was. He could have been an elf for all I knew. He was the size of an elf. I tried to peer around to see if he was with an adult or if I needed to move out of someone's way, but I couldn't see anyone. I didn't really care. I was so exhausted that my body was tingly and achy. I needed more rest. I closed my eyes. I heard him moving around. He was walking around on these huge 2-foot boulders that surrounded a gigantic fire pit. It wasn't lit, so I wasn't worried about fire. I shouldn't be worrying about him at all. He climbed onto a particularly large rock, and I saw him stumble a little before regaining his footing. It was a close one, and I imagined him falling and hitting his head. I tried to close my eyes and ignore it, but I could hear him moving, and it was unnerving. I looked around. I even sat up a little and peered around the whole area. I could see all around the clearing and even into the woods. There was a path that led to a house, and no one was visible there. It was just me and the boy. I blinked, feeling ever so out of it. He jumped to the next rock, and I wanted him to stop. I needed him to stop. He was going to fall. I had no idea how to discipline children, though. 5 little monkeys jumping on the bed. One fell off and bumped his head. I meant to sing the words cheerily, but I was past exhausted, and my presentation was more like a moan. The boy stopped and turned to me. He hopped off of the rock and began to walk over to me with a curious expression. He stared at me. "Don't you know that song?" I asked, since he wasn't going to leave me alone. He gave me a little reluctant shake of his head. "Mama called the doctor, and the doctor said, 'No more monkeys jumping on the bed.'" I did that last part in a higher voice, and his eyebrows furrowed, but there was a tiny smile on his face. I could tell he liked it. At least he wasn't climbing anymore. 4 little monkeys jumping on the bed," I continued tiredly. "One fell off and bumped his head. Mama called the doctor, and the doctor said, 'No more monkeys jumping on the bed.'" He stared at me to continue, but I didn't feel like singing anymore. I wanted to go back to sleep. I physically needed it. "I'm singing that because I don't want you to fall off of the rock and bump your head like a little monkey," I said, adjusting my backpack, which was being used as a pillow.
I'm not a monkey, he said.
I glanced at him to find that he was smiling. He had one of those kid accents where he couldn't pronounce all of his words perfectly, but I could tell what he was saying. I know, but I still don't want you to fall off those rocks and bump your head. Where's your mom?
In heaven?
I blinked at him. In heaven? I asked, squinting. He nodded. I'm sorry, little dude. Who's supposed to be taking care of you? I pulled my hoodie over my shoulders, hoping he had a plan so that I could go back to sleep.
My nan.
Where is she? He shrugged. That's not good. You need to find her.
Why do you have these?
He reached out, pointing one finger, pressing it onto my glasses. Whoa, little man, you're going to leave fingerprints. I have them because it's bright out here and I need to take a nap.
Nana said I don't have to take a nap today because my dad and aunties are coming over here.
Yeah, well, I've only had like 1 hour of sleep, so I really need a nap. I want to take one.
Why do you have those kind?
What do you mean?
Those kind is too big.
Are you talking about my glasses?
What kind is that?
He asked, nodding. These are my cool kid sunglasses, little man. He let out a laugh and then he touched them again, right on the lenses. I let him do it without flinching or telling him to stop. I was being extra patient because these were $1,200 glasses. They were my babies, and I didn't make a habit of letting little kids get their grubby little Cheeto fingers on the lenses.
Cool kids?
Yeah.
What is that?
You know, cool, like being cool. Cool is what you should want to be. I wear these to work, and they make me look cool.
Do you work at Trader Joe's?
He asked. I laughed. It was cute the way he said Trader Joe's, and I couldn't help it. No, I don't. You can't get these at Trader Joe's or even the mall. You have to go to New York or Tokyo or somewhere like that. They're special glasses. He stared at me, checking them out with amazement. He was adorable, and I softened to him now that I wasn't so asleep. My brothers were not back yet, and they were only supposed to be gone for a couple of hours, so I knew I had barely slept. I needed rest, but it was impossible to be rude to this little guy with his adorable big brown eyes. What's your name? I listened, and it sounded like he said Eden Jane. He was definitely a little boy, so I figured I might have misheard him. The name of the place I was at was Camp Eden, so I thought maybe he was named for the location. That's a cool name, I said, not repeating it back to him. I watched to see what he would do, but he just stood there staring at me like he expected me to say something else. My name is Sadie, I added. And a bunch of people call me Shy. He laughed, so I knew he had heard that word in a different context.
Why are you sleeping on Nana's rocks?
You know that tunnel over there? My brothers are building that. The little boy looked in the direction of the rounded wooden tunnel. These people were just about to move into this house, and it was currently having construction done. My brothers had been out here working on this tunnel in the woods for weeks. The owners had a lot of construction going on at the main house also. I heard my brothers talking about the owners moving in soon. I figured the little boy must belong to them.
Where's your brothers?
He asked me. They had to go to the store to get some more supplies.
Why didn't you go with them?
Because they're mad at me right now, so they're not being very nice. Plus, I'm too tired. I actually need a few hours of sleep right now. I worked all night. And then I got into a car accident and had to go with my friend to the hospital and to other places, so I haven't had any sleep.
They're mad at you?
He asked. Who, my brothers? He nodded. Yes, they're mad. My car got wrecked last night and they have to help me pay for it. Plus, they're just disappointed in me in general. They don't like my cool kid glasses.
Because they're too big,
he said in a matter-of-fact tone, staring at me with a serious expression and causing me to laugh lazily. You're funny, little man. I blinked slowly, letting my eyes stay closed for a few long seconds, enjoying the weather. My ears were still ringing from all the loud music, but I was used to this feeling, so it was normal to me. The words in the distance didn't make sense at first, but I could faintly hear a frantic cry.
Ethan! Ethan!
I heard the name in the distance. It kept repeating. Are you Ethan? I said to the boy. He nodded. You better go. He took off, running in the direction of the lady who was yelling. There was a large clearing, and then I could see the path to the tunnel that my brothers were building. From my perspective near the fire pit, I couldn't see the house or anything on the other side of that tunnel. The woods were thick enough that I could see nothing. I assumed that the boy was headed to the right place when he disappeared toward the tunnel. The yelling continued.
Ethan! Ethan James!
I was about to get up and check on the little boy when I heard the woman exclaim like she had seen him. There was a shriek, and I could clearly make out the words,
There you are!
I smiled and adjusted my bag, making it a comfortable pillow again. I knew the boy was accounted for, and it took me no time at all to relax and fall asleep. I breathed one time, and just like that, Excuse me? I heard the woman's voice loud and clear, and I woke up to find her standing over me. I squinted and sat up. I had been out cold for however long it took for her to walk over to me. She was holding the boy on her hip and staring at me with a concerned expression. I scrambled to sit up, trying to look as presentable as possible. I was glad she couldn't see my eyes because I blinked constantly. Yes, I'm sorry. Who are you? She asked, glancing at my bag and then back at me for clues. Oh, my brothers are building that tunnel right there. She obviously knew what tunnel I was talking about. Philip and Salem are your brothers? Yes, they're coming back. They had to run into town for something at the hardware store. Okay. Are you okay? Oh, yes. Were you sleeping out here? Yes, I work nights. And then I got into a car accident on my way home this morning. I was at the hospital. And then my brothers gave me a ride from the police station, but they're coming straight out here, and they're mad at me, so I took a deep breath. Them being mad has nothing to do with it. They told me I could go to the store with them. I just chose to stay here because I was tired. I'm sorry I was sleeping on your ground. Is this your house? My brothers said the owners hadn't moved in yet. We're moving in this weekend, the lady said. My name is Amanda, and my husband is Ben Kennedy. Nana? Yes, Nana, she said, looking surprised. I gestured at the boy. I met Ethan James. She let out a sigh and looked at him. I'm still shaking right now. I can't believe he got away from me. No, Ethan, no, sir, you're not getting down right now. We're going back up to the house, and we're going to have a talk about what Nana means when she says stay in the yard. This is not the yard, baby. She looked at me. I told him to stay in the yard, and I turned my eyes for 1 minute, and he was gone. My husband and I bought Camp Eden. Your brothers have been working on the tunnel for us. Ethan saw it the last time we were here. It stood out to him, and the fire pit. I should have known he would come out here. My husband and I met out here, so he knows the story of... I'm sorry, I'm out of breath. I'm just so thankful he didn't go too far. Ethan, baby, this was too far. You have to stay in the fence next time. I'll show you, okay? She was more nervous than I was, which I was thankful for. The boy squirmed again, and she got tired of holding him and let him down. Stay right here next to Nana. We're walking back to the house in a minute. Do you need anything? I'm sorry you were at the hospital. Is that what you said? Are you okay? Do you need somewhere more comfortable to sleep? We have a hammock up closer to the house. We just hung it a few days ago. We also have cabins. A hammock sounded amazing. No, thank you, I said. I know my brothers would be upset if they got back and couldn't find me. And I'm comfortable here, as long as you don't mind. I'm really comfortable. I leaned back on my hands right where I was sitting to demonstrate how comfortable. I don't mind, sweetheart, but I hate to see you sleeping out here. We've got those cabins. They're not remodeled yet, but the beds aren't bad. You could go to one of those. Do you know where the cabins are? Ethan, don't climb on that big rock. You're welcome to sleep in one of those. The doors are unlocked. Oh, I do appreciate it, but I'm comfortable here. This is great. As I spoke, I was already stretching out, finding a comfortable position. Okay, sweetheart, I'll take Ethan and we'll be out of your way. She continued talking, but I was so dead tired that I didn't hear a thing. The boy was safe, the lady was nice, and she was informed that I was staying there. The next thing I saw was the blackness of sleep. Chapter 3. 3 hours later. I got some good rest, but it felt like I was only asleep for a matter of seconds. It was a while later when I felt a hand on my shoulder.
Excuse me.
I heard a man's deep voice, and it startled me. It was a lot to take in all at once. I had been dead asleep, and I had forgotten where I was. The sun was terribly bright. I was out in the sunny woods when I should have been in my own warm bed. The woods were of no consequence to me, though, because I had other things to deal with. Standing no more than 3 feet away was a man, a stranger, a male stranger. The sun had shifted and was shining directly on me now. His face was hidden in the shadow, but I knew it was a man, and I knew it wasn't either of my brothers. I still had on my sunglasses, and I could see that he had some on as well. I sat up and shielded my eyes with my forearm. He was actually gorgeous. I couldn't see his eyes, but the rest of his face was perfect, unbelievable. For a second, I thought I might be dreaming. He was what male perfection looked like. I thought he might be an angel. "Hello?" I said, sitting up and blinking. My mouth was dry. He was standing, and I scrambled onto a nearby rock so that I wasn't so flat on the ground.
Are you okay?
He asked, peering at me. I cleared my throat, glancing in the direction of the tunnel. My mouth was dry. I didn't see my brothers or anyone else. I cleared my throat again. "I'm fine. My brothers own the construction company that's making the tunnel out here."
Do you mind if I sit down?
He gestured to the rock next to me, and I felt like I was dreaming. His dark hair was long on top, and he looked like an ad for shampoo. It was supposed to stay tucked behind his ear, and he adjusted it as he moved toward the rock. His mouth and his jawline were that of a male model. I had been sleeping hard, and it was surreal to wake up to such a sight. The whole thing felt slightly supernatural to me. I thought there was still a chance I was dreaming. I hesitated for so long that he casually sat, even though I didn't give an answer.
I'm J.J. Kennedy,
he said.
My parents own this place.
He waited for me to respond. My brothers are working on your... I told you that. The tunnel, Kirkpatrick Construction.
Yeah, I was out here checking out my parents' house since they're about to move in, and I was talking to your brothers for a few minutes. I asked if I could come over here and talk to you. I hope you don't mind that I woke you up. I think you might want to move out of the sun.
No, it's fine, I said, touching my face. I had no idea why he had come over to me, but I was too attracted to him to care to ask. I worked in clubs and at festivals all over, and I was accustomed to a fair amount of male attention while I was working. This setting was completely different, though. It was bright outside, and I had been sleeping for long enough that it was taking me a second to remember where I was. I remembered the boy and his Nana and thought this man must be related to them.
It looks like you got a little son,
he said, gesturing to his own jaw. He was so handsome that the gesture was distracting, and I didn't hear what he said. I'm sorry, what?
I think you might have been sleeping in the sun a little bit.
He glanced at me reluctantly and used his hand to touch the side of his own jaw. Oh, I said when I realized that my face hurt to touch. That sucks. I stared at the rock as I touched my face all over. It was painful. I wasn't in the sun when I fell asleep, I said despondently. I didn't dare take off my oversized sunglasses because I knew there would be a lighter mark where they had been. He was so good-looking that I instinctually played it cool, even though the upper and lower thirds of my face must have been noticeably red. I hated my brothers for letting me sleep in the sun.
That's why I wanted to wake you up,
he said. I'm glad you did, thank you.
I had been talking to your brothers, but I originally came out here to talk to you.
Really? Why?
My son. You met my little boy.
Oh, the boy was yours? I asked.
Yes, we are about to head home, and he told me about you a few different times. He was saying that...
He trailed off and glanced around suspiciously. He leaned in and stared at me like he was concerned. He spoke quietly when he continued.
Your brothers seem like okay guys. I met them, and they gave me a completely different take on the story. But my son was saying he met you, and he mentioned several times how your brothers were mad at you. It seemed like he was kind of worried about you, and I just wanted to come out here and make sure you're okay and didn't need one of us to intervene somehow.
Aw, with my brothers? That's so sweet. The little boy was worried about me? No, tell him thank you, but my brothers were probably justified in being mad at me.
Good. Ethan kept talking about you. It seemed like he was worried, so I wanted to come out here before we left.
That's really very nice of you, and of him. Of both of you.
We came out here earlier. My sisters were out here, and we were all talking. None of us even knew you were here until we came right up on the fire pit. You scared us, actually. My sister screamed, and we had a whole big conversation about it, and you didn't budge.
Yeah, I'm obviously exhausted.
Seeing you sleeping on the ground, combined with the fact that my son seemed to be worried about you. I just wanted to come back. I'm glad to know you're not in danger.
Your son was really sweet. I like that kid.
Me too,
he said. Thank you for waking me up.
I mentioned it to my mom also, and she agreed that it was a good idea to come check on you. I'm glad I did, with how the sun had shifted. Do you need a ride home or anything? My truck is pretty full, but we could squeeze you in for a few minutes if you live near here.
I don't live close by. I live in Raleigh.
Oh, I live in Raleigh too. Do you need a ride back? I think we could probably make it work.
No, thank you. That's really nice of you. I want to take you up on it really bad. I wish I could. I'm kind of at my brother's mercy with getting my car fixed. They have a couple of friends who own a body shop. Unfortunately for me, they probably want me to sit here and fry for a little bit right now. Not because they're abusing me, just because they're mad at me.
Maybe you could wait in the shade.
I'm planning on it, I said. He stood up to leave. What did my brothers tell you? I asked.
They were telling me you were in trouble a lot, and they were trying to help you.
They said I was in trouble a lot? I'm not in trouble, other than wrecking my car. I'm not in trouble. Who said that, Philip or Salem? He stepped back, smiling and lifting his hands in a gesture of surrender.
I was just glad to hear that your story went with theirs. Ethan was worried about you, and I wanted to ask you for myself. Anyway, all I was saying was that it seems like your story lines up with your brother's.
Yeah, I guess, I said, staring into space and feeling embarrassed over the whole situation. The pain of the sunburn and the inevitable redness resulting from it was just icing on the cake of my humiliation. It was better that this gorgeous man had a family with children. That was the only thing that made the interaction a little less shameful. Maybe it made it more shameful. Oh well, it wasn't my morning, it seemed.
It was nice meeting you, he said. What's your name?
Sadie. He smiled.
That makes sense. I could see how he would think of that.
Think of what?
Ethan. He was telling me about your name. He couldn't remember it, but he said he thought it was sad.
He thought my name was sad?
Yeah, he was really trying to remember. He said your name was like sad.
Was it Shy?
No, it's Sadie. You just told me it was Sadie.
He might have been thinking of Shy. That's my other name. I told him that name.
Your other name is Shy? He asked.
I nodded.
Your name is Sadie and Shy?
I nodded again.
Who calls you Shy?
Everyone at my work. It's like a stage name, but it's for my photography and kind of for me when I'm out. I dance a lot, but mostly I'm known for being a photographer. The club scene is a big part of my life, and a lot of people call me Shy there. But people at school and stuff, and my brothers, they all call me Sadie. My life is about half and half, honestly.
My name is about half and half, too.
I glanced at him when he said it. Do you have another name besides JJ?
Yeah, I do. It's John Michael. Most people call me John Michael. JJ's just my family.
John Michael is your first name?
Yes.
A double first name?
Yes.
So your middle name starts with a J?
Yep.
What is it?
Joseph.
John Michael Joseph Kennedy. I like that name.
Thanks, he said.
Anything to do with the president?
No, no relation.
Cool. I was quiet after that, and he stood up and added,
I'm glad you're good.
I'm good. I assured him as he started to leave. "Your little boy is sweet for asking about me, and he's a neat kid," I said. He waved as he began to walk away.
"Thank you. He really liked you."
I just smiled and waved at him. He was already several yards away, leaving me sitting on the edge of that circle of giant rocks. Chapter 4. NC State Campus, a week later. I was on campus, but I wasn't thinking about school. I was lost in my own thoughts about working with my brothers. Philip and Salem made me agree to work with them for 80 hours doing manual labor to pay off the repairs they had done to my car. It was thousands of dollars in bodywork, so I agreed happily. I was getting a good deal, but they weren't shy about making me work hard while I was with them. There were no breaks, barely a few minutes for lunch. I would work 10 hours a week with them for 8 weeks until my debt was paid. For my first few weeks, I would be working on that tunnel on the property up near Kerr Lake. It was an hour each way from Raleigh, and my brothers didn't take the commute off of my time, but I didn't complain. I only had one class on Fridays, and it was online, so I did homework in the truck. I rode with them to the job site on Fridays and worked a 10-hour day. They would be done with that tunnel in a couple of weeks, so really I just had 2 more days of going out there. In a few weeks, they'd be on to a new job, one closer to Raleigh. I talked to that little boy and his grandma again the last time I was up at the camp working. He was a sweetheart, and funny too. The lady, Amanda, who I knew as Nana, told me all kinds of interesting facts about the property. Before they bought it, it was privately owned but open to the public. It was a 60-acre wooded plot of land near Kerr Lake. She and her husband had met there when they went to a weekend retreat as teenagers. The property lines looked a bit like the state of Oklahoma, with the tip of the panhandle touching the lake. The bulk of the property had no lakefront views, but there was access to the lake via a trail and a small piece of shoreline. The camp itself was set up for family and church gatherings, along with small camps. There were trails, swings, areas for sports, pavilions, and, of course, the giant fire pit. The cabins could sleep a total of 40, but they were only used for official camps through the local church. Most of the guests were families going out there for picnics, but sometimes groups of 100 or more would meet up there for the day to use the facilities. The fire pit was a draw since it had all those beautiful boulders and sat 50 people comfortably. The same man had owned Camp Eden all these years. He lived in a mansion on the lakefront property and had loaned the back section of his property to the church. He just liked to see the property go to good use. The patrons could hike through the woods to get to the lake and 50 feet of shoreline. He paid for the upkeep and maintenance, so it was always free to visit. That all changed when he passed away. His children inherited the property and sold that section of it. The Kennedys sold their family home so they could purchase it. Camp Eden went from a public facility to the private home of Ben and Amanda Kennedy. They had closed it, and signs had been posted several months back when the property first changed hands. They now kept the gates closed. My brothers and I had to use a code to get in every time. The Kennedys had done a lot of work on the main house and planned to eventually refurbish and repurpose the cabins. Amanda sat out there and told my brothers and me all that last Friday when she brought us lunch. She told me the whole story about how she met her husband at the campfire. She went over to a specific rock and explained where she was sitting when she first saw him. I thought it was a cool story, and they seemed like a nice family. I got along really well with the boy, and what's more was that my brothers let me sit there for another half hour after we ate lunch and talk to him and sing a few songs before they told me to get back to work. Today was Thursday, and I was thinking about Camp Eden because I had to go there tomorrow. I was currently on campus and had just finished one of my classes. I sat at an outdoor table at a coffee shop. I wanted to take a second to relax, but someone I knew saw me and came up to me. Tuesday and Thursday were my busiest school days. I had a 1-hour break right now and then 2 more classes before I was done for the day. At the moment, I felt like I wanted to be alone and get some things done. Zoe had begun talking to me, and I was doing my best to shake her when I looked up and saw someone else I knew. I had just been thinking about Camp Eden, and lo and behold, I see the beautiful Kennedy guy, John Michael, the boy's dad. I knew it was him. I had only seen him for a few minutes that day, but he had a face that stuck with you. I had marveled at that mouth and jawline, and I still marveled at it. He had on sunglasses the day we met, and he was wearing the same ones now. I knew the boy's mom had passed away. Amanda brought that up the other day when she explained why Ethan spent so much time with his grandparents. I didn't know what his story was other than that the boy's mother had died. This man was so distractingly gorgeous that, in that moment, I caught myself wondering if I could ever learn to be a mom to little Ethan. I actually laughed out loud when that thought crossed my mind. "What?" Zoe said. I felt smitten and starstruck by the guy I just saw, but I didn't tell her that. I just shook my head. I glanced his way again. There were a lot of people, so Zoe had no idea who I was looking at. J.J. Kennedy was amazing looking, and his family was likable and wonderful. That tunnel in the woods and Camp Eden in general was an amazing place. I didn't even dread working with my brothers tomorrow. I was relatively sure he was single. If I had seen him while I was in my element, maybe I could think about talking to him. If we were in the dark, with flashing lights and the shield of my glasses and camera, I might have been more confident. As it stood, I was virtually speechless and paralyzed when he waved and started walking up to me. He noticed me, and he pointed and smiled as he began to walk over. Oh, frick. My gosh, that's my teacher. That's my math teacher. The one I was just talking about that's so hot. He's coming over here. Oh, Sadie, how do I look? I had been looking at John Michael Kennedy the whole time she spoke, and it took me a few seconds to realize what Zoe was talking about. "Who are you talking about?" I said. "Mr. Kennedy," she whispered, looking breathless and panicked. Both of us turned his way just in time to see him approach our table. He was clearly looking at me. His eyes were aimed straight toward mine. Our gazes locked, and he smiled.
"It's nice to see you," he said. "I wasn't sure if that was you without the glasses. I'm John Michael Kennedy. Do you remember me?"
We were sitting in the shade, and he put his sunglasses on his head and smiled at me, sticking out his hand to shake mine.
"My parents have Camp Eden. We met out there."
Yes, I know. I didn't expect to see you here." I smiled stiffly at my friend, who looked slightly confused. "It's me, Zoe Blanton. I'm in your Monday, Wednesday, Friday class."
"Oh, okay. Hi. Hello, Zoe. I recognized Sadie. Shy, right? With the glasses? Are you a Kirkpatrick, the construction company?"
I smiled at him, and he continued.
"I hardly recognized you without your glasses, but I saw the bag."
He gestured to my backpack sitting on the table. It was the one I used all the time, the one I had been using as a pillow that morning. Yeah, I said. "Sadie."
"My son absolutely loves you. He talks about you all the time."
"Oh, that's so sweet," I said. "He's just the cutest little boy. He's my bud." Zoe was next to me, and I could feel that she was annoyed. She made faces and huffed and puffed to make sure I was aware of her. She and I weren't close. I had simply run into her. I knew she wasn't going to leave us alone. I knew she was curious enough to sit there and listen to our conversation. I stood and started to pick up my things. I would rather not talk to John Michael at all than talk to him with an acquaintance of mine sitting there listening to us. "I was just leaving," I said. "It was good seeing you both, but I have to go by the bookstore before my next class."
"I'm walking that way,"
he said.
"I can go with you if you don't mind."
I nodded thankfully. "Okay, thanks. Good seeing you, Zoe." I pretended not to notice her annoyed expression. I didn't owe her anything, and so I pretended to be oblivious to her feelings about my departure. It wasn't my fault that she knew this man or that she thought he was looking at her. I was learning how to shut down people who were being negative before they had the chance to affect me. It only took me a few seconds to pack my things, put on my backpack, and grab my coffee. I told Zoe that I would see her out sometime, and we walked away, heading toward the bookstore even though I really didn't need to go there. "I think your son is the coolest. Your mom, too," I said, once we had hit a stride walking next to each other. He turned to look at me. He had on his sunglasses again, but I had seen those dark eyes.
"My mom said she talked to you for a long time the other day,"
he said. "Yeah, I go out there to work with my brothers on Fridays. She was telling me you were a teacher here, but I still was shocked to see you."
"Your brothers are doing an amazing job on that tunnel,"
he said. "Thank you, I think so too. It's a great project, though. I've never seen anything like it."
"I know,"
he said.
"I saw it the other day, and I just love what they're doing."
"Yeah, it's cool." I said.
Ethan comes home singing every time he sees you. He kept singing a certain song that first night, about the monkeys jumping on the bed.
I laughed.
He said you taught it to him. I couldn't understand what he was trying to say at first. He said the monkeys fell down and bumped their heads and they got fussed at, and I had to search it on YouTube.
I laughed at that. Did you find it?
Yeah, and I knew the song. I had heard it. I just had to figure out if that's the one he was talking about.
I think I was trying to encourage him not to fall off those rocks. That fire pit is insane.
My parents met there, he said. That's why they bought the property.
Your mom told me. She said that's why she's building the tunnel. Are they going to rent it out? To groups or whatever? That property is so cool. All those trails and the canoes.
Did you walk out to the lake?
He asked. No, but my brothers did, and they were telling me about it. I saw the baseball and soccer fields. It's crazy that the whole thing is your parents' house now.
It is crazy,
he said.
I went out there a few times when I was a kid, and I always thought it was the coolest place. I don't love it that they live so far away now. I know it's just an hour. But I was used to having them right there in Wake Forest.
Yeah, I bet that's different. We walked slowly on the sidewalk, and no one was around.
All 4 of us still live in Raleigh, though, so Mom will be here a lot.
Are you talking about your siblings when you say all 4 of us?
Yes, me and my 3 sisters.
That's right. I think I knew you were the only boy. I'm the only girl in my family.
I hardly recognize you without your sunglasses. I'm glad I saw your bag.
Me too, I said, smiling at him. He was actually the best-looking guy I had ever met in person. He might be the best one I'd ever even seen on television. I was blown away by how attracted I was to him.
I don't want this to be awkward at all. And I definitely don't want you to feel like you have to agree to what I'm asking you.
I knew it. I just knew he was going to ask me out, and I could feel excitement building in my body. Chapter 5.
Ethan just likes you so much. He's been asking about you almost every day, even though you 2 have only met a couple of times.
I thought it was sweet that he mentioned Ethan. I smiled at him, still wanting him to ask me out and thinking he was still building up to that.
I wanted to ask you about babysitting,
he said. That was the jab. It stung because I was embarrassed for thinking he liked me.
I was talking to your brothers about you the other day. My mom was too. We were asking about you because I'm looking for another babysitter. They told us your story. And honestly, we all make choices we regret. I don't want you to think I would judge you for any of that. I was telling my mom that as long as you're clean now, I definitely think you would make a great babysitter.
These statements were the final crushing blow, like a big right hand to the jaw, causing me to feel stunned, hurt. I blinked, staring away from him. So much about what he had just said was wrong. I had been looking at him and smiling at him like I actually had a chance with him romantically, and here he was asking me to babysit. He was barely doing that. Had he said that he hoped I was clean now? The thought of that word made me cringe. I was not a drug addict, and I had never ever heard that word used in reference to me. I tried to continue to smile. Did my brothers tell you I was a drug addict or something? I asked, making a casual face, trying to act nonchalant and unoffended.
No. I mean, they were telling me about your story.
What story?
That you had wrecked your car and got arrested and charged with a DUI and everything.
My friend got the DUI, not me. It was just my car.
Oh, okay, well, they said you had run into some trouble, and I thought they said you were getting clean.
I winced when he said it again.
I'm so sorry. I shouldn't have put it like that. It's just that I need some help with Ethan, and he loves you. I thought it was perfect. I actually need someone this weekend. Your brothers didn't say bad things about you. If they had, I definitely wouldn't trust you with Ethan.
I glanced at him, and he made an apologetic expression that seemed quite sincere. He was a beautiful human, physically, and on that level, it was difficult to deny him anything. But one, he basically said I need to get clean, which implies that he saw me as dirty. Secondly, I didn't make it a habit to babysit. I don't babysit, I said out loud when the thought crossed my mind. Thank you for the offer and everything, but I do school, and then I work at night, and I never have babysat anyone, not even in high school. No offense to kids, but I don't usually love hanging out with them. Your son's really cool, and I actually liked chilling with him, but he's the exception and not the rule.
Oh, okay.
And I'm not a junkie or anything. I don't know what my brothers told you, but I don't have a drug problem. I have a good job. I have responsibilities that I keep up with. Lots of them.
I'm really sorry if I offended you. I didn't expect to run into you on campus. My mom's planning to give you my number the next time she sees you.
I went to the hospital and then to jail with my friend that night. My brothers had to bail us out at 6 in the morning, and they were not happy. That's the day you saw me. I made choices that night, and I'm living with them. I was too out of it to handle the situation better, and I'm suffering the consequences for that. I do want you to know that I'm not actively on drugs, though. I would never do drugs around your son. I was just coming away from a big party. And even then, it's rare for me to be that messed up. That part was a bit of a lie. I partied nearly every weekend, but I knew saying that would make my drug use sound worse than it was.
Like I said, I trust you or I wouldn't have asked you about watching him. I guess it really doesn't matter since you're not interested anyway. I'll still walk you by the bookstore. I'm headed that way.
It's crazy that you're a teacher here. You so don't seem like that's what you do for a job.
Why?
I don't know. Just the way you look? What kind of teacher?
Math,
he said. You definitely don't look like a math teacher. Maybe art or psychology.
What are math teachers supposed to look like?
Squares.
I'm pretty square, don't you think?
No, I don't. Not at all. You're young, too. You seem young to be a math professor.
I'm still a student, too. I developed an app with my college roommate. We sold it and made a bunch of money.
Aha! That's what it is, I said. I knew you weren't a regular teacher.
What are you studying?
He asked. I was a communications major, getting a degree for my parents, but I switched to photography.
Were they okay with it?
No, not at all. I told them it was either that or quit so that I could pursue photography full-time. Switching my major was the lesser of the two evils, I guess, so they went with that option.
You said you work in addition to going to school. Where do you work? Is it taking pictures?
Yes, I'm a self-employed photographer. I take photos of party scenes, EDM gatherings mostly. Sometimes I get hired for private parties and things like that, but it's always nightlife. That's what I'm famous for, if you want to call it famous. I'm famous in that circle, I guess. I dance and party, and I take pictures of my surroundings. I don't make multiple prints. I make one copy of each photo, and that's it. My stuff is one of a kind. I choose the size of the print. Most of the time, someone in the photograph buys the finished product. I offer it to them first. Anything that doesn't get purchased ends up in a collection on Etsy.
It sounds like you have your business model figured out. I'm surprised your parents gave you a hard time about college.
They're like my brothers. They don't like what I photograph. They're strict and don't want me going out partying. They think that's all I'm doing when I work. They want me to set up a stand in the mall and take family portraits like JCPenney.
What's wrong with family portraits?
I wouldn't know where to begin. If you saw my stuff, you'd know how true that is.
Is that what the big movie screen sunglasses were all about? An alter ego?
I smiled. If you want to call it that.
Can you take pictures with those big glasses?
Yes. I'm actually really used to it. It's harder when I take them off. Sunglasses are a part of my work uniform for sure. If it's not those, then it's another oversized pair.
What was your stage name? Shy?
Yes, Sadie's fine, though.
Well, I'm still glad I ran into you. At least now I won't be bugging you with a phone call about babysitting.
I'm surprised you don't know anyone, I said. It was a wonder that young women weren't lined up left and right to babysit for this man. Zoe certainly would have done it. I didn't say that to him.
It's not that I don't know anyone. It's Ethan. He really likes you. I don't know what you said to him, but he talks about you for 2 days after he sees you.
That's so sweet. What day do you need someone? I'm going to Charlotte Saturday night.
It's for Sunday afternoon. I'll actually be home with him, but I have to be undisturbed in my office. We'll be recording an interview, so I can't be interrupted unless it's an emergency or whatever. I just need someone in the house with us for a few hours. I can ask one of my sisters.
I was planning on coming back Saturday night, and I usually only like to sleep till noon or 1 on Sundays since I have school the next day, I said. If you're in a bind, I could probably come by Sunday afternoon.
I won't be in a bind. I don't want you to feel obligated since you have plans this weekend.
I'll just give you my phone number, just in case, since I'll be back by Sunday.
If you give me your phone number, I'm going to use it.
Gosh, those words coming out of his mouth, he meant he'd be using it for babysitting, but I wanted him to say that for reasons that weren't babysitting. He smiled when he said it, and he was so good-looking that I fell under his spell. I'm giving it to you just in case, I said. I took a piece of paper out of my bag and jotted my number on it. I handed it to John Michael, and he smiled.
Do you want to just plan on helping me out on Sunday?
He asked as he took it. He was smiling, and I could tell he was being funny, but I instinctually answered as if I were serious. Yeah, sure.
Really? I was just joking.
Okay, then, I don't have to, I said with a shrug.
Were you going to?
Yes, I said. I was going to do it. He was that irresistible.
Then let's do it. He would love it. That'd be amazing.
I smiled. Okay.
You're coming over Sunday? From maybe like 3 to 6, would that work?
Sure.
Yes! Thank you, Sadie. Thank you. I'll text you the address.
Okay. He was excited and adorable, and I was breathless.
Thank you, Sadie.
I smiled and waved at him as he started walking away, leaving me on the sidewalk in front of the bookstore. You're welcome, I called. What had just happened to me? What did I agree to? Where was I, for goodness sake? I didn't even need to go to the bookstore, yet I found myself walking inside feeling dazed. I went on with my day, and I kept up with my classes as best I could, but I kept thinking about my conversation with John Michael. I was frustrated with my brothers for telling him I had been in trouble, but it wasn't the first time I had disappointed them. They downplayed this most recent incident to our parents, and they were helping me out a ton, taking care of thousands of dollars in car repairs and letting me use one of their trucks in the meantime. I knew I wouldn't complain to them for talking about me, but it was embarrassing. Chapter 6. I went with my brothers out to Camp Eden the following day. We arrived at 8 in the morning, and they put me to work varnishing finished sections of the tunnel. It was a massive undertaking, a long expanse of extended awning, encasing the path and bending through the woods. My brothers were specialty carpenters, and the Kennedys were sparing no expense when they chose to hire them. They expected excellence from me. I was taught how to properly varnish, and I was expected to do a perfect job. I was happy to see the little boy running toward me that day while I was working. My shoulder was sore from holding the rag and brush all morning, and it was nice to take a break. Ethan was followed by his Nana, and I put down my paintbrush, knowing my brothers would be fine with me taking a break to talk to them. It was a good thing that I put my brush down, because little Ethan didn't stop running until he jumped into my arms. I picked him up, situating him on my left hip since my right arm was sore. I locked eyes with him because he was so intent on locking eyes with me. He gave me no choice but to look at him. Those big brown eyes were just like his dad's, just like mine. I was working in the shade, but I had on sunglasses, and I put them on the top of my head.
I'm going to kiss and hug your face, he said, with a serious expression.
Okay, I said reluctantly, since I wasn't sure how you would hug a face. He held me by the cheeks, pulling me in and kissing me on each cheek. Then he leaned in and squeezed me. It was the most touching little hug I had ever experienced. Oh my gosh, you're so sweet, dude. What's going on? You're hanging out with your Nana today?
Yeah, because my dad is at work, and in 2 days you're coming over to my house to go swimming with me and see my dinosaurs.
I'm pumped about the dinos. And didn't know you had a swimming pool. That sounds amazing. I'll have to remember my swimsuit.
Do you have an alligator one?
No, should I? Mine has flowers. He giggled and then squirmed for me to let him down, which I did. He reached up and held my hand.
My Nana said you can come with us to the water today.
We started to walk to her, but she was almost to us by then.
We need to go see the water. I'm walking all the way,
he insisted, holding my hand. I don't know if Sadie is able to.
It's okay if she wants to take lunch, Philip said, overhearing us.
I actually brought a little lunch for us.
Amanda said, holding up a bag. That's why we're hiking to the shore.
Yep, we're hiking to the water, Ethan said.
He said he's ready for it. We're not taking the stroller, and he said he wants to hike all the way by himself.
Well, I'm ready too, I said, knowing Philip had okayed it. It was a good thing I was ready because Ethan had a firm grip on my hand, and it didn't seem like he was planning on letting go. I took a second to wipe my hands, and we set off on the trail. I spent the next hour and a half with Nana and Little E. He looked just like his dad, and he had me wrapped around his finger. We talked to each other like we had been friends my whole life, which made for some funny dialogue. Even Nana laughed and appreciated the hilarious turns our conversation took. Ethan had me all hyped about his house. He told me about some of his toys, and I was genuinely excited to go over there and check them out. I talked to Amanda some too, but I liked hanging out with the boy, and I catered to him most of the time. She didn't seem to mind that. We had fun. We ate quickly and didn't spend too much time at the lake. We meandered, and the trips there and back took a long time with Ethan's slow explorer's pace. We made our way back to the part of the property where we found the tunnel. I caught sight of it in the distance. My brothers were there working. I could see them actively hammering. We have to let Sadie do what she was doing when we get back, Amanda said, seeing what I saw.
No!
Ethan protested. That's why I'm telling you now. You're not going to be able to hang out with her once we get back to Nana's tunnel.
Can I climb on the rocks?
Yes, for a minute, but we have to say bye to Sadie. He held on to my hand possessively. I'm coming over to your house to hang out with you in 2 days.
And sleeping over.
No, she's not sleeping over, Nana said, smiling and shaking her head as if asking me to excuse him. She'll come over to see you on Sunday, though. Thanks for doing that. I told John Michael Ethan could come up here and spend the day with us, but he's wanted to have him home in his routine. I'm happy to do it, I said, being honest. I wasn't dreading it at all. And it wasn't just because her son was the most handsome man alive. I honestly had fun hanging out with the little dude. I kept thinking about that little guy the following evening when I was with my other group of friends. It was dinner time when I hooked up with a few people in Raleigh to head to Charlotte. It was the first time I saw Jonathan since the night of the accident. And he went on and on about how my brothers saved him that morning at the police station. He built me up to be some sort of hero for not pressing charges with the accident or making him pay for my car. He made the biggest deal about everything, and they all basically celebrated my bravery and generosity on our way to Charlotte. I tried to act like I was comfortable with it all, even though I wasn't. Of course, they offered me some pills while we were driving. My friend Brooke St had dosing down to a science. He gave me the right combination of things every time we went out. The buzz would hit me right when we got to the party and start to wear off when we were done. Tonight, it didn't even cross my mind to take the pills. I put them into my mouth because Brooke St was watching me from the back seat, expecting me to do it. I pretended to take them, and then I held them in my mouth and somehow managed to spit them out without anyone noticing. For a couple of minutes, there were 2.5 pills, unused, in my bare hand, and finally I slid them casually into the bottom of my bag. I wanted to take them. I truly did. But I knew that would be letting little E down. If I did this, then tomorrow would be spent recovering from it. I would throw them away once we made it to the venue. Time seemed to drag. Everyone thought I was getting buzzed, and they behaved like normal. The party was already going when we arrived. My friends and I were popular on this scene, and people reacted to us when we arrived. I could see people looking at me, noticing me. A few came up to us, but most just looked at us from a distance. Normally, I didn't notice all of this. I was in a different mindset tonight because of being sober, and I honestly didn't like any of it as much. I wanted to take some pills just to make time go by faster. I wasn't as impressed with the whole scene as I normally was. I tried to be shy, though, dancing and getting into it. I took photos, and oddly, that part of it came easier to me. Time seemed to stretch out, and I got a lot more done, seeing better angles and not getting lost in every song. I got plenty of good photographs by 1 a.m. I was finished for the night and ready to get back to Raleigh. My friend Stephen agreed to leave early with me, but it took until 2 o'clock for us to get together and make sure our other friends had rides home. I was just glad Stephen was willing to leave early and let me drive his car back to Raleigh. I didn't have a single sip of alcohol. No pills, no drugs. We got home at 5 in the morning, and I slept until noon the following day. Normally, I woke up in a fog, but that day, I felt alert and excited. I wound up getting a lot of editing done on photos I took the night before. I did some good work, and I was happy with how productive I had been. I edited during the early afternoon, and then I showered and got dressed to go to John Michael's house. I arrived 10 minutes early. I had left time for traffic, but it was Sunday afternoon, and I got to the house quickly. It was a gorgeous, wooden, craftsman-style home in an established neighborhood. I knew it would be nice, but I didn't expect to love it so much. It was a beautiful home with flower beds and a wooden door with a stained glass insert. I knocked, and within a moment the door opened. John Michael was standing there with a smile. He had on slacks and a button-down shirt. He was more dressed up than I had ever seen him. A dapper, handsome gentleman. I started to mention it, but I was nervous and didn't know what to say. "How is your house so amazing?" I asked instead, walking inside. "How do you know how to decorate like this?"
Ethan's mom bought all this when we first moved in.
"Oh, I'm sorry. I should have thought of that."
No, it's fine.
"Where's Ethan?"
He's back in my office. I've got a couple of guys back there, and he's talking to them. He doesn't know you're here, or he would have come to the door."
He smiled and motioned for me to follow him, and I did. We walked down the hall. His clothes were clean and freshly ironed, and I felt thoroughly impressed by him. His house was amazing. I couldn't believe he owned this. I thought I was doing good with my art, but there was just no way I would be able to maintain this sort of life. This was better than my parents' house.
"I'll be back here with the door closed once we get started,"
he said, glancing over his shoulder.
"I'll grab E, and we'll show you around the rest of the house."
He leaned into the door of the room that I assumed was his office. It was on the back side of the house. I could tell that it had a lot of windows just from the lighting inside and how the sun streamed through the doorway. I hesitated in the hall, and he gestured for me to come up next to him.
"Ethan, somebody's here,"
he announced. I rounded the corner just in time to see the boy look up and notice me. He was on the other side of the room, and he stood up and started running toward me instantly. It was a nice, warm office space with 2 walls of books and an oversized desk. There were 2 guys in the room, and they were getting ready to film with lights, cameras, and reflectors all set up on tripods. Ethan had been talking to them, but he ran to me holding a toy dinosaur. "Hey!" he said, stopping in front of me. "Hey, dude, what's up?" I said, stooping down to his level. "This," he said, holding out the toy.
"A T-Rex?"
He laughed. "A long neck?" He laughed again, putting a hand to his forehead. "A Stegosaurus." Whoa! I actually didn't know that. Is that really what kind this is? Yeah, because look at its back. Yeah, I agreed, even though I didn't know much about dinosaurs. You'll have to teach me about their names later. But first, you need to show me your house. I just got here, and it's my first time to come over. "Okay, come here," he said.
"Thank you,"
John Michael said before I could take off. We made eye contact.
"I'll stay here and get started if you don't mind."
I shook my head. Not at all.
"E can show you around. The kitchen, the pool, his room. He knows where you guys can hang out. I'll be in here if you need me,"
he added, gesturing into the office. I smiled and nodded, taking off with Ethan. That man was simply gorgeous, and I smiled at the butterflies in my stomach and how they were uncontrollable. I knew he wasn't attracted to me, but I couldn't help but notice him in that way. He was like a movie star.
"Hey, Sadie. Thank you for coming over,"
he said. "Of course, my pleasure." He closed the door, and I went into the living room with Ethan. We swam for over an hour, and then we got out of the pool and hung out outside while we dried off. Ethan mentioned being hungry, and we went inside to see what we could find in the kitchen. It was close enough to dinner time that I figured he could eat. I opened the fridge and started looking for something for dinner. I was so happy about my choices last night. I felt good physically, and I felt good about myself. I had gotten a lot of photography done, and I made it home in time to get more than a couple of hours of sleep. "What about pizza?"
What about ice cream?
he asked. "What about pizza, then ice cream? Is this pizza still good? I asked him. I pulled the cardboard box out of the fridge. Does your dad let you eat this? He nodded.
It's me and my dad's pizza.
What kind is it? I asked before I opened it.
Slices.
Slices? How many slices do you want? One?
I have one and you have one.
Is your dad okay with me eating some of this? I asked. I knew he would be. There was a lot left. A whole large pizza that was assembled from 2 or 3 different types in one box. Which one do you want?
I want these,
he said, pointing at some bread on the side of the box. Garlic knots?
What? No, it's bread,
he said, laughing. Yeah, the bread. Do you want both of them or just one?
2.
Do you want pizza too? He shook his head, and I put the garlic knots on a plate for him. I had just taken them out of the microwave and put them in front of him when I heard my name.
Sadie?
It was John Michael, and he was calling my name from down the hall. Just a second, I'm coming. I turned to Ethan. Can you chew that good? He nodded. Your dad needs to tell me something. I'll be right back. Chapter 7. John Michael Kennedy. It was 5:30 when he took a short break from the interview to talk to Sadie. He saw from down the hall that she was in the kitchen with Ethan, and he quietly backed away and hollered at her from a distance. He waited in a nook that was between his bedroom and office. She couldn't see him when she came down the hallway, and she jumped back a little when he came out unexpectedly. She had been swimming. Her hair was still damp. She was naturally beautiful. Her face was delicate and exquisite. The doors were closed, and the lighting was dim in the hallway. She was only a few feet away from him, and he felt himself being drawn to her, attracted to her. Sadie's brown eyes mirrored his. Staring into her eyes made him feel vulnerable, and he had to look away.
Hey, I wanted to touch base with you, he said. I know I told you 6 o'clock, but there's just no way we're going to be done with this. It's taking a really long time. These guys are... I'm trying to be patient. Everything's taking forever. I was thinking I could call one of my sisters to come over and help me get Ethan to bed if you need to go. He usually gets tired by 8 o'clock if he doesn't have a nap. He'll need someone who can do the whole bath, story, bedtime stuff.
He was reluctant when he said that, but none of it seemed overwhelming to her. I got that, she said. I'm caught up on my work this weekend, which is usually what I'd be doing right now.
So you don't mind staying? It might be like 2 to 3 more hours.
I'll do it, she said easily.
Thank you so much. I'll make it worth your while. And I'll come out in a little bit and talk to him and say goodnight. I would have come out there just now, but I didn't want to ask you in front of him and make you feel obligated to stay.
I don't feel obligated. I'm having fun. Can I have a slice of that pizza? I already took it out of the box. He grinned. She was adorable.
Yes, I'd love for you to have some pizza. Take all you want. I wish I could eat a slice right now.
Come eat one.
If I do, this is all just going to take longer.
I'll heat up a slice for 20 seconds. You can come scarf it down. You could tell Ethan I'm going to help tuck him in tonight.
That's a good idea.
Do you want me to warm it up now? I have the pizza out.
Yes, definitely. Thank you.
He opened the door and yelled inside to tell the guys he would be back, and then both of them headed toward the kitchen.
Hey, my baby boy. Are you having fun with Sadie?
She farted in the pool.
Oh my gosh, seriously? Ethan? I can't believe you ratted me out. She looked at John Michael with a pleading expression. I faked it to make him laugh.
She farted and it was so loud,
he said, laughing and causing us all to laugh. I promise I made the sound with my mouth, she said, shaking her head and blushing as she laughed. She stared wide-eyed at Ethan as she popped a slice of pizza into the microwave. John Michael loved their dynamic.
It's okay, ladies have to do it too, John Michael said, causing them all to laugh again.
I didn't, she pleaded, hoping he would believe her. He gave her a reassuring smile and wink, and she shook her head at Ethan again. The microwave was set to 30 seconds, and she reached up and opened the door with 8 seconds left. 22's perfect, she said.
Sadie said there's a frog at the bottom of the pool, Ethan said to his dad as she handed John Michael the plate.
There is,
John Michael asked, glancing at her as he took it from her. It's the song, she said with a smile. The frog on the log in the hole, and so on and so forth. I said it was at the bottom of the pool instead of the bottom of the sea. She turned to regard Ethan with a serious, concerned expression. I hope that didn't freak you out or anything. It's just a silly song. The real song says the hole is in the bottom of the sea. There's no frog in your pool.
I'm not scared, he said. Sing it for my dad, please, okay?
She smiled and shook her head and seemed reluctant. Your dad has about 1 minute to scarf down his pizza before he has to get back to work.
Yes, and I have to be busy in my office for long enough tonight that Sadie will have to help you with bath and bedtime. I'm sorry, y'all. I really thought we'd be wrapping up by now.
It's fine if Sadie stays here, Ethan said. Now she'll sing the hole and bottom song.
John Michael made a relieved expression, since breaking it to Ethan about his bedtime routine was an easier conversation than he expected. He smiled at the two of them, and then he took a big bite of the pizza, folding it in half lengthwise and eating a third of it in one bite.
Let's hear it,
he said, chewing and smiling.
Yeah!
Ethan cheered. Sadie widened her eyes and stalked toward Ethan. He was at the kitchen table, and John Michael was a few feet away at the island. She sang slowly, being funny, and approaching Ethan, not caring if John Michael was watching them. The sight of her made his heart race. There's a frog on the bump, on the branch, on the log, in the hole, in the bottom of the pool. She made a silly expression and jumped at him when she said pool, and he squealed with delight. And it goes on, she said, laughing and turning to John Michael, who could not take his eyes off of them.
Tell him the rest,
Ethan said, laughing and kicking his little feet like he was paddling in the pool.
She will sometime, buddy. She's probably still got a tummy ache.
John Michael said it to tease her, to get a rise out of her. It worked. The instant the words came out of his mouth, her eyes grew huge with urgency and embarrassment. He laughed, and she knew he was teasing her. She shook her head and smiled at him, and he gave her a mischievous smile as he finished his pizza.
Do you know there's fleas on the frog?
Ethan asked his dad, still focused on the song.
I did not know there were fleas on the frog.
The boy looked at her.
Tell him.
Are there really fleas on the frog? Does this song say that?
John Michael asked. She shrugged and nodded. There is a flea on the frog in the song. She looked at Ethan. You know it's just silliness, though, right? He giggled and nodded, leaning back in his chair.
Thank you for the pizza,
John Michael said, quickly taking a sip of water from a glass that was on the counter. It's yours, but you're welcome.
And thanks for hanging out with E. Usually we start winding down by 8. He can watch a few cartoons, then bath and story, and sleeping by 8:30, no later than 9. I'm hoping I'll be done before then and I can do all that.
She could tell he was worried about it, and she gave him a reassuring smile. It's fine if you're not done in time. We're chillin'. He wiped his mouth and then flashed his teeth at her.
Do I have anything in my teeth?
No, she said, inspecting his mouth.
What about my nose or face?
She stood in front of him and looked him over. No.
Why'd you hesitate?
Nothing. If you were one of my brothers, I'd reach up and mess with your hair in one spot.
My hair? Do it. Just adjust it.
He leaned in, and she did one thing, smoothing part of his hair right above his right ear. He felt her cold fingers touch his ear as she tucked a stray section of hair behind his ear. He smiled at her. She was the most adorable thing he had ever seen. He caught himself feeling attracted to this woman, and that caused all sorts of confusing emotions. She stepped back, looking apologetic for messing with his hair.
Thank you,
he said. He straightened his posture and smiled.
How's this?
You can stop at a mirror if you don't want to take my word for it. But to me, it's great, wonderful, no bad things, all good. She made a gesture with her hands as she spoke. She was being funny, and it wasn't awkward at all.
Am I good, Ethan?
At what?
He asked, looking up.
Do I look handsome?
Oh, yeah,
Ethan said, smiling.
Thanks, bud. I hope I see you before you fall asleep, but if not, I'll see you in the morning, okay?
Ethan nodded, and the two of them hugged, before John Michael made his way toward the office.
He turned and looked at her before he rounded the corner. "Thanks again, Sadie."
"You're welcome," she said, smiling at him. It was a weight off of his shoulders that she was willing to stay. This whole ordeal with the interview and photo shoot was not going according to plan. John Michael was impatient and eager to get on with his life. He had agreed to do this, but it had already taken a lot longer than he anticipated. He did his best to not seem perturbed on camera, since the interview would be seen by a lot of people. Everything they did took a long time, though, and John Michael used forced patience. John Michael left the two gentlemen in his office once they were finally finished and began packing their things. They thanked him and promised they'd be out in a few minutes. He went through the kitchen, scanning the downstairs for any sign of Sadie and Ethan. Ethan always slept with his dad in the master suite downstairs, but he had glanced in there when he left his office, and no one was in there. He also had a queen-size bed set up in the playroom upstairs. He and Ethan slept up there sometimes. Sadie would have assumed that was Ethan's room, and she would have probably tucked him in up there. John Michael took the stairs two at a time. He could hear the white noise machine running before he could see in the door. He slowed his pace and got quiet as he approached. "Psst," he whispered, announcing himself as he walked into the room. They were both lying on the bed, and Sadie didn't move. "Psst," he said again as he walked toward the bed. The room was a mess. It was fairly dark in there, but he could clearly see the evidence of a good time. They had been building forts and playing trains, and everything was out. John Michael loved it. He grinned at how things were set up, and he loved the idea of how much fun they probably had. He could see as he came further into the room that Sadie was sleeping. She was on top of the covers, lying next to Ethan, who was tucked into the other side of the bed comfortably. John Michael was careful with her camera. It was on the floor next to her bag. It was dark in there, aside from the night lights and light from the hallway, but his eyes had adjusted. He moved it so that he could approach her without waking Ethan. There was a note on the table next to her, and his eye fell on it. His name was written at the top, and he sat down on the floor next to the bed to read the note. There was a nightlight nearby, and he could easily make out the handwriting when he tilted it that way. "John Michael, your son is the coolest. I think I'm an expert on dinosaurs by now. We swam, ate, sang, watched cartoons, built forts, played trains, and played with puppets. It was pretty much the best night of my life." "Ha ha. No, seriously, he's really great. Also, I took some photos of him while we were playing tonight, and a few of them might have come out amazing. I should have asked first, but I didn't want to interrupt you, and he was too dang cute to resist. I wanted to make a note about it, so I didn't forget to ask you if you're okay with it. If not, I can delete them, no problem. All went well tonight. Ethan is a precious gentleman. He ate 2 of those bread knots, an apple, and some string cheese. We also shared a slice of cake." She signed her name at the bottom. He loved the note. He smiled at her handwriting. He caught sight of her bag and her camera. He couldn't wait to see the pictures. This woman gave him a feeling of anticipation. He turned and looked at her while she was sleeping. Her face. The curves and lines of her face were like a work of art. She was beautiful. Finding love was not on the agenda for John Michael, but he knew there was no harm in taking a second to enjoy these warm, fuzzy feelings. His heart raced as his gaze reached her mouth. He would never act on it, but he would love to kiss her. He was definitely attracted to Sadie. There was no denying it. Chapter 8. Sadie. A few minutes earlier. It was 8:30 when I crawled onto the bed with Ethan. I read to him for 15 minutes, and when I looked over, he was sleeping. I put down the book and wrote a note for John Michael. I wasn't sure how much of a hurry he would be in once he was finished, and I didn't want to forget to talk to him about a few things. I had gotten some amazing photos of Ethan. I would have to get them home and see them on a larger screen to know just how pleased I was, but I thought I had some great shots. I mentioned them in the note. I finished it, and I tore the piece of paper out of my small notebook. It didn't make a lot of noise, but Ethan stirred. He sat up, and I reassured him that he should go back to sleep. I reached onto the bedside table and turned off the lamp. I left the note there. I would lie beside him for a few minutes to let him fall back asleep, and then once he was out, I could clean up the room. I noticed a round gadget on the table as I stretched out next to him. It was a white noise machine, and I smiled, knowing this would do the trick. I reached over and turned it on. My movement made him stir, but it was worth it, because it made a soothing, warm sound that lulled him right back to sleep. The sound itself was like a heavy blanket. It was so relaxing that I stretched out and closed my eyes next to him. I would stay like that for a few minutes, and then once he was sleeping soundly, I would get up and clean up our mess. John Michael would certainly rather come up here and find a clean room rather than a... And then the darkness began to envelop me. I got too comfortable lying next to the boy. The room was dark and cool, and the white noise machine was like a hum of 1,000 angels. I was so comfortable that sleep found me unusually fast. The next thing I knew, I was with someone else. It was John Michael. I wasn't just standing next to him either. We were together. My heart was with him. I felt like we were pulled to each other. I knew he was Ethan's dad, but right then, I didn't see him that way. He was looking at me like he wanted to kiss me. He was about to do it. I stared directly at him, and we both knew what was going to happen. Light and color swirled around us. It would be our first kiss. I knew him deeply, but this would be the first time I kissed him. I smiled shyly at him, and he nudged his chin at me, drawing me closer. In a moment of bravery, I reached out for him. I had the feeling we had kissed 1,000 times. I reached for him, and somehow I was relieved when he was there. His form was solid, and he felt different than I expected him to feel. This kiss was real. He was real. It was utter bliss. My body floated, but I was held steady, anchored by his mouth, his kiss. His touch was amazing, and I needed more. I opened my mouth to him, kissing him deeply, tasting him, feeling him. My life was in Technicolor. This moment was alive and real, and it occupied all of my senses. John Michael Kennedy was the best kisser in the world, and I snapped to reality when I felt his mouth tear away from mine. I felt him pull back, out of my hands, but I could still see him there, kissing me. He was kissing me visually, but in my hands he was gone. It was like a dream. A dream. I gasped, and my eyes popped open. I blinked. He was there, really there, John Michael. He was near the side of the bed right next to me, and I sat up with a gasp. I'm sorry, what happened? I was dreaming? I shifted and stared behind me, looking at Ethan, who was sleeping next to me. I blinked. The room. I didn't clean. I meant to clean. I am going to. I think I just dozed off for a second. I was whispering a mile a minute because I was freaking out a little. The kiss had seemed real, and he was looking at me with a stunned expression like it might have actually happened. I turned and got to the edge of the bed. It had been so realistic that I could still feel the after effects on my lips. I had kissed him. It had been real. I knew it. I touched my mouth with my fingers, but instantly stopped since I didn't want to be obvious. It had to have been a dream. I wrote you a note, I said, speaking quietly.
I saw it.
I glanced at the clock on the bedside table. Oh, is it only 9:30?
Yeah, it feels late to me. I'm sorry it's taken me so long.
No, we had fun. I'm sorry about the room, I said, springing up. I really didn't mean to fall asleep. I was out of it, and the time and location were just registering for me.
It's fine,
John Michael said, assuring me. I grabbed a blanket and started to fold it.
Really, Sadie, it's nice to see I'll pick all this up in the morning.
I want to, I said, setting the blanket down and grabbing another one. I'll just do a little. I was so confused by his position in the room. He had been sitting by the edge of that bed. He had been in the perfect spot for things to have happened. I felt like I was tripping as I watched him stand up from that place next to me. He was tall, and he took up a lot of room. He was dressed nicely, and I was ever so smitten.
I'm glad you guys had fun. And yes, I read the note, and I'd love to see the pictures. I don't mind at all.
Oh, good, thank you. Great. I think I got some good ones.
I'm going to see these guys out, he said.
Should I just meet you downstairs in a minute? I asked.
Yeah, that's great. Or you can come now.
I want to clean.
You do not need to clean this. I'll get it in the morning.
Okay, I'll meet you down there in just a couple of minutes. He made a face at me. I have to do a few things. I can't stand to leave it like this. I really meant to have it done.
Thank you, Sadie. Thank you for everything.
You're so welcome. Is he going to be okay up here by himself once I go down?
Yes, he's fine. He's used to it. He sleeps through anything with the little machine on.
So do I, apparently, I said, causing us both to laugh. I'll see you downstairs in just a second, I assured him. He walked out, and I got about 20 minutes worth of cleaning done in 3 minutes. I scurried around the room, jet-fueled by adrenaline caused by the extremely realistic graphic kissing dream. Several times, I touched my lips or licked them, trying to decide if it was real. It had to be, but at the same time, it couldn't be. It was amazing either way. I just kept remembering how he was looking at me when I opened my eyes. It all felt like it had really happened. The thrill of it all caused me to be able to clean way faster than normal. The room was pretty well back in order after only a few minutes. I left the trains out because they would have made too much noise to pick up. I grabbed my things, including the note, and headed downstairs. The guys were making trips to their car when I made it downstairs. John Michael was standing at the kitchen island, waiting for them. He looked at me and smiled.
Thank you, he said. I know I've said it a bunch, but I feel like I can't say it enough. You made tonight so much easier than it could have been.
He would have liked hanging out with his aunties. I heard all about your sisters.
They're cool, he agreed. And they helped me out a lot, but it was really helpful for you to be here tonight.
It actually was a good experience for me, too. I trailed off, and he looked at me like he was waiting for me to continue, and I shrugged. This weekend was different for me. I knew I was coming here, and so I wanted to be 100% or whatever, and anyway, it made the weekend different for me. Better. I had fun tonight, and doing this affected other aspects of my weekend that you don't even know about. So thank you.
You're welcome, he said. I'm not entirely sure what you just said, but I think it was good.
It was good. It's about getting high. I'm not saying I had a problem, because I don't feel like I have a problem. But I specifically stayed away from everything this weekend because I knew I was coming here, and I didn't think I would have time to catch up on rest before. Anyway, I stayed away from everything this weekend. I went out and I danced and everything, but I didn't party like usual. And honestly, it wasn't bad. I might have even had a better weekend than normal. He looked like he was about to say something to respond to me, but then he shifted to listen to the guys from across the room.
We're making our last trip to the truck. This is it, we're heading out, one of the guys said with his arms full of black padded duffel bags.
John Michael waved and took a few steps that way.
Thank you, he said. Thank you. You were so good, and we got a lot of footage. It's going to come out amazing. Great. All right, well, y'all have a good night.
He went that way to see them off, and then he turned to me and let his shoulders slump once they were out of the door. I could tell how relieved he was to have them out. I put my backpack on one shoulder. I should go, I said. I know you're ready to have your house to yourself.
That doesn't apply to you,
he said, shaking his head.
You've been amazing. I sincerely thought it would be a couple of hours max. The footage is going to be good, and I'm glad they care about their work and everything, but it was way more intense than I thought. I'm just really thankful you're here, and I'm thankful for what you did this weekend. Thank you for putting thought into hanging out with him. That's really special. I worried about you with me having to be in there so late.
I told you not to worry when you came out here to eat that pizza. It was great. I had fun.
I'm going to have some more pizza now. Do you want some?
I took him up on the offer, and I wound up staying there for another hour. We shared a fun conversation. We learned new things about each other, but in some ways it felt like we were well acquainted. We laughed and talked and got along easily, but never neither of us alluded to any attraction or mentioned the possibility that a kiss had happened. There were moments in our conversation when I would get caught looking at his mouth, and I would feel for certain that I had kissed it. I would have to look away and compose myself. Neither of us said a thing about it. We just ate pizza and told stories. I told him different things that Ethan and I did while he was working. I gave him the highlights of our evening and shared funny stories with him, but I didn't tell him the gushy parts, the parts that really touched my heart. That little boy was a real gem. He was funny in a lot of ways. He loved dinosaurs and loved to play, but he was also intelligent and sensitive about God. Several times during the night, he gave thanks to God for random things. I loved it when he did that. And then at the end of the night, before he went to bed, he asked me to pray. I told him I didn't know how he wanted to pray, so he did it for us. He held my hand and prayed for both of us. He prayed for his whole family. It was honestly the sweetest thing. I had to hold back tears. It made me so happy that I had chosen a different path this weekend. It was gratifying for me to hear him say those things, talking to God, and feel like I wasn't a total disappointment in that moment. I figured that there was a chance I would go back to feeling like a disappointment sometime. But right then, I knew that I didn't take the pills and get wasted, and I was happy about it. Chapter 9. 3 weeks later. I was back to being a total disappointment. I woke up to my brother, Salem, shouting my name, shaking my shoulder, and wearing a frustrated expression. Last night was the first time I had partied in weeks, and all I wanted was to sleep it off.
Stop,
I moaned, pushing him away and turning over.
No, I won't. You need to get up. You need to get in the house and get dressed. You're coming to work with me.
No, I'm not, Salem. I realized I was in my car, and I sat up. I'll go inside and finish sleeping in there.
No, Sadie, you're coming with me. I've already talked to Philip about it. I'm taking you back on that job at the golf course.
Salem, I went to work with you yesterday.
Yeah, you did, Sadie, but then Mom woke up this morning and found you sleeping in your car with a note on your chest. She's going to start charging you rent for that apartment.
Why?
Because you're obviously not saving your money like you say you are.
Yes, I am. I spent no money last night, Salem. People paid for all my stuff.
Oh, that makes me feel a lot better, he said sarcastically.
What did the note say?
It was to you. It said that they would have brought you inside, but they were worried about setting off alarms. It doesn't matter. The note has nothing to do with this. You were doing so good, Sadie. You had stopped all this crap for like a whole month.
This is nothing, Salem. This isn't crap. It was late when I came home and I fell asleep, that's all. Where's my... Have you seen my... Oh, never mind, there it is. My camera. I was looking for... I said all of that, mumbling as I got out of my car and stood up. He had the door open, making me feel compelled to get out. My head was spinning. I knew I was out at 3 a.m. because we had been at Waffle House at that time. It was a bit hazy after that. I love you, Salem, but I'm not going to work. I did that yesterday. I'm going to bed.
Mom and Dad said you have to come with me or you have to start paying rent.
Seriously?
Yes.
I'll just move out of the apartment and take my old bedroom.
That's not an option.
They said that?
Yes. Mom has her craft stuff in there. You need to get dressed. You're going to be sanding.
Are you serious right now, Salem?
Very serious, he said with a straight face. You have 5 minutes. I'll be in the truck.
I need a shower, I said. He shrugged.
Whatever you can do in 5 minutes.
He was not budging on this, and I knew there was nothing I could do. He was upset beyond the point of reason. I went inside and changed. My head was pounding, and everything was pulsing like I was in a dream. I had forgotten my earplugs last night, and my ears were ringing. I had enough sense to secure my cameras in my apartment and grab my things. I put my hair in a ponytail and changed into shorts and a t-shirt before going back outside to meet my brother. I was mad at him for this, but I knew there was no getting around it. I wore dark sunglasses and kept my eyes half open, going through the motions and quietly doing whatever my brother told me to do. I worked for 4 hours that morning before we left the job site to get something to eat.
You're buying me lunch,
he said in the truck. It was the first thing he said to me besides bossing me around on the job site, and I let out a frustrated laugh.
What's so funny? I wasn't joking. It's the least you can do.
What's that supposed to mean? I didn't do anything to you, Salem.
Yes, you did. You went out last night and got blitzed enough to end up in Mom's driveway with a note. Philip and I bailed you out big time last month, Sadie, and this is our thanks? Just right back to where you used to be with those freak sunglasses?
What do you mean, where I used to be? You say that like I have some kind of problem. I'm not a junkie, Salem. I just go out and party on the weekends. That's what everybody does. That's a normal thing for college students to do. You guys work to an insane level, and that's fine for you, but you don't need to expect me to be just like you. I work. I have a job. I go to school. I have a life. Who cares if I party on the weekends?
Mom cares. She's not having it. She said if it happens again, you're paying rent. She doesn't even know all we got you out of last month. How can you go through all that and then end up sleeping in your car? It's 30 feet from your bed and you couldn't even get yourself there.
You don't know what normal people do. It's not bad for me to party with my friends on the weekends, especially when I do work at the same time. I keep up with a life and school. You guys are too hard on me.
You were doing so good after the accident, Sadie. You were happy.
It wasn't that I was happy. I was just maybe up a little earlier in the morning. That's when I thought I might start babysitting for that little boy.
Why aren't you?
I don't know. He never called me back.
If it helps you to work with kids, you should think about doing that. Maybe you could switch your major to teaching or start taking photographs of kids.
I let out a humorless laugh. I'm not doing that. I took these photos of that little boy and heard nothing. I edited and printed them. It's the first time I've ever done that for someone and nothing. Not so much as a thank you.
Are you saying you took pictures of that little Kennedy boy? The one you babysat? You did a photo shoot of him?
Yes, and then I edited the photos and had them printed. I loved them, and I liked that little boy. I went to a lot of trouble. And then I gave them to him a week ago and nothing. Like I said, not so much as a thank you.
Maybe he didn't get them. Maybe you didn't send them to the right place.
I have his address. I dropped them off myself.
I don't know what to tell you, Sadie. Just because one person doesn't react a certain way to your photographs doesn't mean you should give up.
I'm not giving up on photography, I assured him. I'm just not interested in taking pictures of little kids.
Is it because they weren't thankful? You can't base your decisions on stuff like that. People fail. All that matters is how you felt about the pictures. Did you have fun taking them? Did you think they came out good?
Yes, but I was just having fun with that little boy in general.
And what happened?
I don't know what happened. He just never called me back. I didn't think I did anything wrong other than dreaming about him one time. I mean, I fell asleep on the job a little bit.
See, Sadie, you can't do that, especially with them.
No, it was fine. At least I thought it was.
It probably wasn't. I'm sure that's why he didn't call back. You have to get normal rest and work normal business hours. You have to stop staying out all night. You're not going to find anything but trouble in the middle of the night. You slept in the driveway. You look like crap right now.
Thanks, Salem. That's because you drug me to work after 3 hours of sleep.
I made you come out here because I love you. You can't keep ending up in situations that have you sleeping in the driveway, Sadie. It's no wonder that guy didn't call you. That's how his wife died, drunk driving. His mom told us she had all sorts of drug problems.
We were silent for a long time after he said that. I already felt bad for my decisions last night. I didn't need to be reminded of how horrible I was. I knew his wife was in an accident, but until now I didn't know any details.
She got pregnant before they got married,
he said. He told me that.
His mom said he's trying to do better for the kid.
Yeah, well, I don't have anything to do with them anyway.
You seem like you're disappointed with that. I really think you should think about working with kids. I think it might be good for you. Philip and Addie will be having babies soon enough. You need to think about becoming an aunt.
Salem, you're being too serious about all this. I don't need to change my major. I went out and had some fun last night with my friends. That's pretty normal for a college student. I feel like that's a perfectly healthy thing for me to do. I even worked while I was there. I probably have $1,000 in photos on my cameras right now.
Okay, whatever you think,
he said, still sounding a little uncertain. So does that mean you're letting me go home?
I was planning on taking you home after lunch anyway. I'm heading home too. I'll finish on Monday.
We went for fast food from a chicken finger restaurant, and we ate in the truck on the way back to our mom and dad's.
So, can we agree that you'll try to make it back to your bed next time?
He asked me when we got close. Yes.
And maybe before 5 a.m.? Maybe 2? Do you think that's reasonable?
Why a curfew? I'm 22 years old.
It's just a reasonable life choice. I'm telling you that as your older brother.
I mean, I'll take it into consideration.
Mom definitely doesn't want you out that late.
I'm going to get my own place soon anyway. I've already been talking about it and saving up. Even as I said it, I knew I was just being stubborn. Salem was looking out for me, and deep down, I was thankful for it.
It's not about that, Sadie. It's for your own good.
I mean, I see what you're saying, but some of my best pictures happen in the wee hours of morning. The time of night is not an issue. Doctors and nurses do it all the time.
Okay,
he said, relenting but sounding uncertain. How are you such a rule follower? I asked.
I don't want you at raves,
he said.
Those things are stupid. That doesn't mean I'm a rule follower.
I smiled and shook my head at him, but deep down, I felt like he might be right. I knew I regretted partying last night. I knew I didn't feel good about myself, regardless of what my family thought. But I had been trying to justify it all morning, to him and to myself. Salem was right, though, and I knew it. I had been proud of myself during the last 3 weeks, and my life was better in general for hanging up all that stuff. Last night wasn't even that fun. It honestly wasn't fun at all. Some dude was watching me and trying to get close to me, and I spent most of the night avoiding him. Salem might have been right, but I just didn't want to hear it from him. It was humiliating that other people would be giving me a hard time about my life. I was sweaty and nasty, and I didn't want to be lectured. I had soul-searching to do. It was understandable that I was disappointed about being rejected as a babysitter, but John Michael had his reasons. Those reasons were more than likely why he didn't call me back. All this time, I had been worried that I had kissed him, and that was the real reason. I didn't know which was worse. Both were rejection. I spent that whole day feeling bad and repenting for what I had done the night before. That very same night, John Michael called me. Chapter 10. John Michael Kennedy. It had been a long few weeks, difficult at times. Ethan came down with a bad cold that led to a double ear infection. John Michael was busy with school and teaching when he first got sick with it, and Ethan went out to Camp Eden with his Nana so that he could rest and recover. John Michael drove out there every afternoon and stayed the night, making the commute back to campus every morning. They did this routine for several days before John Michael came down with it himself. His turned into pneumonia, and John Michael joined his son in taking antibiotics. They both stayed out at Camp Eden, in the main house with his parents. By that point, Sadie and her brothers were finished with the tunnel, and she didn't come out to the house. John Michael was so sick that he didn't even think about any of that until his body started to heal. He was out of it for a solid week. He had to cancel the classes he was supposed to teach, and he had to put off any progress on the classes he was still taking. His life was on hold. He started to feel half-human again on Thursday. Today was Saturday, and he was much better. He would go back to Raleigh tonight so that he could wake up at home on Sunday and get ready to join the land of the living on campus on Monday. Molly was at John Michael's house when he got home Saturday afternoon. She had a small apartment that she shared with a roommate, and she agreed to house-sit for him while the boys were staying at Camp Eden with their parents. She was standing in the kitchen when they walked in. "What's up, y'all two sickos?"
I'm not a sicko,
Ethan said, laughing at her and running across the living room toward her.
Are you cleaning? It smells good in here,
John Michael asked, smiling whereas he put down their things. Yes, just like in the movies where the parents get back and you have to get everything cleaned up just in time.
Did you have a party?
Hey, my man, she said, catching her nephew and setting him on the counter next to her. I did have a few people over here, but we didn't do anything we wouldn't do in front of you. We did eat all of your food, though. I put in a Target order to replace a few of the things. I'll go pick them up.
That's fine. My stuff would have gone bad soon anyway. I'm thankful you were here, and thanks for getting it all cleaned up.
How are you guys feeling? Mom said you had it pretty rough.
Yeah, I started feeling a lot better yesterday, though. I went for a run out in the woods. They got that tunnel finished. It's so cool. We need to have a party out there.
Mom was telling me about it. Maybe sometime around Halloween. I can't believe you went for a run already.
I did it yesterday and today. I wanted to finish sweating everything out. I feel a lot better. What's that?
Oh, mail. It was at the door last week.
Where from?
I don't know. I didn't even look at it. The smaller envelopes are right there with a rubber band. You had a couple of bigger packages, too. They're in your office. I got them out of the way since people were coming over.
What is this?
He asked again as he approached the envelope. It was stacked against the wall in the kitchen, being held in place by a desk organizer where John Michael kept his keys and sunglasses. It was an oversized, rigid envelope propped on the counter and taking up a good portion of the backsplash. He picked it up and squinted at it curiously. The handwriting was a woman's. At least he assumed it was. It was neat and clear with an artistic quality to it. It seemed familiar. As he got closer, he could see that the return address was from Sadie Kirkpatrick. His heart sped up when he saw her name. He pictured her. It seemed like it had been forever since he had seen her. He smiled and took the envelope into his hands, opening it carefully.
How come you didn't tell me this was here?
I didn't know it was special. I thought it was something from school. He carefully slid out the stack of papers that were in the envelope. Each one was individually enclosed in plastic, and he realized they were photographs. The photos themselves looked to be at least 8 by 10. Whoa, what is that? Molly asked, coming to stand closer.
Whoa, what is that?
Ethan said, repeating his aunt.
It's you,
John Michael said.
Sadie took me of that,
he said, almost getting the phrase right. Oh, where is that? Is that in your playroom? That is the coolest picture I've ever seen, Molly gasped and exclaimed when he showed her the second one. How many are there? That is amazing. Who took these? Who's Sadie? Did you have a photographer come to your house?
No, the guys that built Mom's tunnel have a sister named Sadie. She's the one who came over to watch Ethan.
Oh, yeah, I remember her.
She took these when she came over that night. When did they get here?
I don't know. Last week? It's been a while. Probably when you first went over to Mom's. I figured it had to do with school.
These are unbelievable,
he said, going to the third one. There were 4 photos, and he laid them all on the counter, leaving them in their sleeves and being careful not to bend them.
Sadie told me to hold that dinosaur up, and then I made it roar, and it scared her so bad,
Ethan said, remembering how much fun they had. These are professional, Molly said to her brother.
She is a professional,
he agreed.
She's a student, but she's got a photography business. She's good.
Obviously, she's good. You need to call her and thank her for these. How much did you pay her?
Are you leaving right now, or can you stay and hang out for a minute while I go put some things away and make a phone call?
You're going to call a woman?
To thank her for the photographs,
he agreed simply, shutting his sister down. Yes, I can stay, she said. I actually need to run to the grocery store to get your things. She looked at Ethan. Would you like to come with me? John Michael told her not to worry about replacing groceries, but she wanted to. She insisted that she wanted to help out since he had been so sick. He ended up giving her his credit card, but she had already paid for them. She took the card anyway in case they wanted fast food. Molly and Ethan left, and John Michael went back over to those pictures as soon as they walked out of the door. He stood in the kitchen, staring down at the prints, one of them in particular. It was Ethan with a makeshift cape tied around his neck. It was taken in the house with toys and forts in the foreground and background. He was whizzing through it all with his cape flying behind him. There was motion in the photograph, and it seemed like she had enhanced that aspect of it digitally. It was gorgeous. He wanted to cry from looking at it. It wasn't just the beauty of the photograph, but the comfort level of his son. His eyes shifted to another one. It was from the neck up in the bathroom, and it was all bubbles except for his face. There were even bubbles on his face, in the shape of facial hair, a beard with a handlebar mustache. It was all constructed with bubbles. The whole photo was bubbles, basically, except for his nose, mouth, and big brown eyes. The third one was on the upstairs couch, wearing pajamas and holding a book in his lap. And the last one was outside with his dinosaur. They were all artistic and beautiful. They were, hands down, the 4 best pictures he had of Ethan. They had been carefully edited and printed on quality paper and were ready for framing. There was no way he could accept these without giving her something for them. He looked in the envelope, half expecting to find an invoice. There was a note. It was written in the same neat handwriting that was on the outside of the envelope. It was the same handwriting from his house that night. He remembered what happened after he read that other note. That kiss. Ethan had gotten sick after that, and it seemed like a dream now. He stared down at the new note. Hey, you can tell by these prints that I had fun with your little man. He's the best, and I'd love to hang out with him again if you ever need help. I loved how these came out, and I wanted you to have them. I hope all is well with y'all. Sadie Kirkpatrick. He looked at the envelope. It was addressed, but it wasn't postmarked, and he wondered when it had come. He had her phone number, and he called it right then. He was still in the kitchen, standing there, staring down at the images when she picked up. Hello?
Is this Sadie?
Yes, is this JJ Kennedy? He wasn't sure if she had ever called him JJ. His initials sounded natural coming from her. He liked her voice, and he smiled at the sound of it.
Yes, it is JJ Kennedy. I just got home. I've been up in Williamsboro with my parents for over a week. E was sick as a dog a couple of weeks ago, and then I caught it.
Oh, no.
Yeah, it was bad, but I'm better now. I did get out a little, and I saw the tunnel. Your brothers did a really great job.
Thanks.
But that's not what I'm calling about. I just got home, and I opened this package. I'm looking at these pictures right now.
What do you think? She asked. Her voice was sweet and hopeful.
I'm speechless, Sadie. These are honestly the best photos we have of Ethan, all 4 of them. They're all works of art.
Oh, I'm so glad you like them, and I'm sorry you were sick.
I was so sick. It's a relief to be better. I'll play catch-up around here tomorrow, and then Monday it's back to school.
Man, I'm really glad you're feeling better. I had no idea. That's crazy.
Pneumonia.
Yikes.
Yeah, but I'm all better. I've been on antibiotics for a week.
I bet it was nice at your parents' house.
Yeah, if I have to be that sick, at least I was in a beautiful place.
I know. How's Ethan?
He's great. He got better before me. He loved these photos. He was in here staring at them when we opened them. He was talking about you to his aunt when they left just now.
Oh, he's with your sister?
Yeah, Molly stayed here while we were out of town. She has E now. They went to the grocery store while I was getting unpacked. I'm not doing much of that yet. I'm just standing here staring at these photographs. What do I owe you for these?
Nothing. That's a gift. I really enjoyed hanging out.
You need to keep taking photographs of children, Sadie. People would pay dearly for stuff like this. I would pay dearly for it. Let me. I have money. Let me give you something.
If you give me something for it, it's no longer a gift.
I know, but you put a lot of time into this. I can tell. These are special to me. I'm going to frame them.
Oh, I'm so glad to hear that. That makes my heart feel happy.
It was a simple statement, but when she said it, his chest tightened. It made him feel good to make her happy. If you won't let me pay you, let me at least take you to dinner, he said before he could even think about it. I mean, just as a gesture of thanks, you know, and Ethan could come with us. Or I could.
Dinner sounds great, she said, cutting him off. I'd be fine with that. I'd have dinner with you and still be able to consider the prints as gifts.
They're such a gift, Sadie. I don't even know what to say.
I'm so happy you like them.
She was smiling. He could hear it in her voice. I have to get back into the swing of things this week. I'll have a lot of catching up to do at work.
Yeah, we don't need to do anything soon. You can figure things out with work and school.
No, I meant I want to do it sooner. What about tomorrow?
Sunday?
Or not, he said.
No, I was just double-checking the day. I'm good with Sunday. I usually eat on Sundays.
He laughed. I eat on Sundays, too. How do you feel about good food but no ambiance? He asked.
What do you mean by that?
I was thinking about eating at my house. It's so much easier with E. Do you mind him being here?
Not at all. Your house is awesome. I love your house.
So you're coming over tomorrow for dinner?
Sure, what time?
5 or 6? Is that okay? I'll make sure food is ready at 6, but you can come over whenever.
It sounds fun, thanks. Are you sure you're up for it, though? We can wait a few days if you want.
I'm fine with it. I'm back to normal, and definitely not contagious anymore. Are you okay with it? Are you afraid of getting sick?
No, I want to come.
Awesome, he said, smiling. He's going to be so happy.
Chapter 11. Sadie Kirkpatrick. It was Saturday afternoon when I heard from JJ Kennedy. I was exhausted and feeling sad when he called, and it was truly unbelievable how my body went from feeling run down and groggy to happy and full of energy. I was on cloud 9 for a little while that evening, and then I started to overthink everything again. I remembered my choices that weekend. I remembered how disappointed my family was and how Salem made me work. I felt great for a while after I talked to John Michael, but later that night things went downhill. I was beating myself up about it when he texted me again. He said he had just put Ethan to bed and he was thinking about framing the pictures, wondering if I had a type or brand of frames that I recommended. I sent him a link to my favorite website, and we talked about matting and color ideas. Then we started texting about other things. One text led to another, and before I knew it, I was going back and forth with him nonstop. We texted for a couple of hours that night. It wasn't flirty at all. It was just a simple, sweet conversation, where one topic led to another naturally. I had never had a text exchange like that with anyone, honestly. About halfway through it, I wondered if we should just pick up the phone and talk to each other, but we continued to text. I was in a mindset of beating myself up for going out this weekend, so I was kind of glad we weren't on the phone. Texting gave me a second to think of my responses. I didn't mention any trouble to him. I told him I worked that weekend, and we left it at that. We texted about other things, all sorts of things. He had grown up with sisters, and I had brothers, and we exchanged a few facts and stories about our childhood and families. I had gotten to know his mom some, and so had my brothers. We knew more about each other than either of us realized. We texted for a couple of hours and then on and off for the rest of the night. I signed off late that evening by telling him that I would see him for dinner. I went to bed feeling happy and elated with an edge of bitter regret. I hated myself for that edge. I wanted to savor the hope. I wanted to feel like I could deserve someone like John Michael. He was just too good, though. He was a self-made millionaire, and he was a student, a father and a teacher. I had no idea how he did it all. He would humbly tell you that his app and career were the result of a whole string of unlikely blessings. He told me the story of how his college girlfriend got pregnant and he married her. He had been all in with baseball, and becoming a dad made him rethink those dreams and try to think of some quicker money. That was when he teamed up with his friend and made the app. His life had been a whirlwind from there. I did go to sleep with some feelings of hope and happiness, in spite of being laced with regret. I was excited enough to put some effort into how I looked when I got dressed to go to their house the following evening. I thought about texting him a few times throughout the day, but I decided to wait. I didn't hear from him either. I didn't expect to, but I did think I might after how much we talked the night before. I wore jeans and a t-shirt layered with one of my favorite hoodies. It was lavender, and I wore it all the time. I put on bright yellow Converse, and I styled my hair in a big messy bun right on top of my head. I never wore a ton of makeup, but I was careful with what I did apply that afternoon. I checked myself in the mirror about 10 times before I walked up to John Michael's house. I was nervous, but all of that faded away when John Michael opened the door with a smile, and I saw little Ethan running full force at me. I let out a sound of delight when I caught him in my arms, standing and hugging him. We connected like we were long-lost friends, and at the end of the embrace, he put his hands on my face and kissed each of my cheeks, one at a time like he did before. I glanced at John Michael afterward, and he was staring at us like he couldn't believe it, like he was puzzled. It led me to believe that Ethan didn't do that with just anybody, which made me way too happy. I had to stifle a ridiculous smile from taking over my face. Ethan wiggled, and I was happy for the excuse to look away as I set him to his feet.
"Come, see my food we cooked you," he said, pulling me into the kitchen.
I followed behind him, barely stopping to glance at John Michael. "You cooked?" I asked before we made it to the kitchen. "It smells good."
"I think it's going to taste good,"
Ethan said. "I think it will," I said excitedly. It was Italian food, baked pasta with salad and breadsticks. He said it was something he made quite a bit and was comfortable with it, plus it would provide leftovers at the start of a busy week. He told me that the whole point of treating me to dinner was to do something nice for the photos, and that he felt bad for cooking instead of taking me out somewhere. I insisted that I was perfectly happy eating at his place. It was the truth. I loved being there. I had fun with Ethan, and I was completely enamored with John Michael. 3 hours passed in the blink of an eye, and before long it was Ethan's bath and bedtime. During the course of the night, I had stepped up on a few things regarding Ethan. chipping in and helping out with him. I knew John Michael appreciated it. I figured he still viewed me as a babysitter type, which was honestly fine with me. I stepped in when needed. That's why he didn't look surprised when I asked him if I could do the dishes while he gave Ethan a bath, or vice versa. I knew that both of those things needed to get done, and it was my pleasure to offer, especially after how sweet he had been all night. He asked how long I could stay, and I assured him that I was not in a hurry. I gave Ethan a bath and got him ready for bed while his dad cleaned the kitchen. We read a story on the couch downstairs, and then he asked me to sing him a song. I sang Froggy Went A-Courtin' since I knew the one about the frog at the bottom of the pool was a hit. I did a slower, sweeter version of the song, but the lyrics still made him laugh. Ethan was lovey-dovey with me, snuggling up to me and being sweet. It warmed my heart so much. My brothers loved me, but they were grown up now, and they never came to me for any sort of affection. That little boy's willingness to hug me and snuggle me filled some sort of void that I didn't even know was there. My heart was full in those moments on the couch with him. John Michael was 2 rooms away, cleaning up the kitchen. He could see us, but I didn't think he could hear us. I did see him glancing over every once in a while, but my attention was focused on Ethan. After cleaning up, his dad was ready to tuck him into bed. Ethan told me good night, and they headed to the bedroom. John Michael assured me it would only take 5 minutes and asked if I would stick around and wait for him before I took off. I easily agreed. I was in the kitchen sitting at the bar when he came back in there. He was wearing sweatpants and a t-shirt. I usually wasn't attracted to the athletic, all-American type, but John Michael was above a type. He was just a natural man, good at being himself. I found it irresistible. He and Ethan were both irresistible. "Is he sleeping already?" I asked.
No, but almost. I told him I'd come back and check on him in 5 minutes, but he'll be out by then.
Oh my gosh, I just love him so much. That whole thing where he was explaining bulldozers to me, I never knew he was such an expert on construction sites. My brothers would have loved that. I hope he said some of that to them.
Oh, Ethan knows your brothers. He thinks they're the coolest. My mom had to keep him away from them because he would have talked their ear off.
They would have loved that.
Did you wipe the table?
Yes.
It looks great. Thank you for that.
Thank you for dinner. That was so good. How are you feeling? How are you holding up today?
I'm over it,
He said.
Thank goodness.
He opened the kitchen cabinet to get himself a glass.
Do you want something else to drink?
I'll have some water. I agreed, since I would do anything to avoid leaving. He took 2 glasses out of the cabinet and filled them with ice and water from the refrigerator. He handed me one of them and stood close to me in the kitchen. He leaned against the counter and glanced at me casually. We had done a lot of getting to know each other in the last 2 days, and everything he did just made me more and more attracted to him. He was a decent, upstanding citizen and a God-fearing human, and I was more attracted to those qualities than I ever thought I would be. He reminded me of my brothers in that way, and it was an attribute I never thought I could find so desirable.
What were you singing to him?
What?
What were you thinking about?
He asked, seeing me snap to reality. My brothers, I said, smiling and being vague. I turned and caught sight of his dark eyes. I felt a thrill in the core of my body when our gazes linked.
What about your brothers?
He asked after a tension-filled pause. Nothing. What were you about to ask? You were asking something?
Oh, just now on the couch. You and Ethan. What were you singing?
Frog in the bottom of the... No, it wasn't. It was another frog one. The Froggy Went A-Courtin', that was the one.
I love that you're so musical. I love that you bring music when you come over here.
Do your mom and sisters like to sing?
They like music. We all do. I just don't expose Ethan to enough kid songs. I don't even know that one you mentioned just now.
Yes, you do. Froggy went a-courtin' and he did ride, uh-huh. I sang the lyrics in a similar slow, silly tone that I had used with Ethan. He made an uncertain face, and I sang the next line, hitting higher notes. Froggy went a-courtin' and he did ride, uh-huh.
Keep going.
Froggy went a-courtin' and he did ride, sword and pistol by his side, uh-huh, uh-huh, uh-huh.
Maybe I vaguely know it, he said, nodding a little. Does it have more verses?
Oh yeah, there's a whole story with the wedding.
The frog gets married?
Yep. And there are other animals at the wedding. That's what Ethan was cracking up about.
Thank you,
He said, staring at me.
it's awesome to see him happy and having fun.
You're so welcome. It really is my pleasure. Speaking of the little dude, do you need to check on him? I feel like I should get out of your way. His gaze snapped up to meet mine.
You are definitely not in my way.
Chapter 12. It was a few minutes later when John Michael went to check on Ethan.
He's out like a light,
he said when he got back. I was still standing in the kitchen, and he came over to me. Do we need to be quiet? I asked. He shook his head.
No, he can't hear anything from in there. I'll put on music or the TV while I'm cleaning up, and he sleeps through it all.
What's on your cleaning playlist?
I listen to different stuff every time.
Do you dance when you're by yourself? I asked, picturing it happening like a scene from a movie.
No,
he said, laughing at the thought.
No dancing.
No dancing?
No, I do like music, but no.
Aw, man, dancing is amazing.
I don't listen to dance music.
All music is dance music. What do you listen to? Like if I opened your music app and pressed play, what would come out of your phone?
My Spotify? A soul mix, I think. I have a few different mixes. Indie, rock, soul, folk. Mostly rock, I guess, but soul's what's playing now. I was listening to it earlier today.
Soul? That's extremely danceable.
Not like you dance.
What's that supposed to mean? How do you think I dance?
I've seen your work,
he said.
Your photos. It's sweaty on the dance floor stuff. Lights flashing and whatnot.
Yeah, but that doesn't change the fact that you can dance to soul. You can easily dance to soul.
Well, I've never tried. I just listen with my ears.
I squint at him. Not even your shoulders?
Not really.
My squint grew more exaggerated, and he let out a little laugh. Let's dance, I said with an easy smile.
What? No.
Are you not feeling up to it? Are you still sick?
No, it's not about that.
Are you intimidated because of my job?
Yes. I've seen your social media. I've seen you dance.
I put up my hands in a gesture of surrender. I am a big advocate for dancing of any kind. There are 2 scenarios here. You can put on some music and we can share a 3-minute dance together, me leading, you won't have to do a thing. Or the second scenario is that we don't dance at all. I actually should probably let you get back to your evening since you have catching up to do this week.
You're saying it's either dance or you leave?
I guess I was saying that, but now that you mention it, I don't have to leave if you don't want to dance. Those scenarios are invalid, I guess.
Well, you went to all the trouble to make them up. You even called them scenarios.
I laughed. What are you saying right now? Are you saying you want to dance?
I don't want to, but you did go to all the trouble of trying to talk me into it.
That's because it's good for you. Dancing makes you feel good. I'm trying to give you life advice.
Well, if it's life advice, I guess it's only right for me to explore it.
I smiled. Are you asking me to dance? Is that what's going on here?
I think I will try it for a few seconds, or 1 minute.
With me? I asked, putting a hand to my chest.
Not by myself,
he said, making me smile. Go press play on whatever you have on your phone, and I'll dance for a few seconds or 1 minute with you. I promise you'll have fun. John Michael walked into the living room and turned on a stereo unit. I heard speakers come to life with a hiss. He stared down at his phone.
I'm not playing this. It's something Ethan was playing, something from a cartoon. I'll put on the soul playlist that was on earlier. It's one the app put together, so I'm not sure what's on it.
He pushed a button, and a soft, catchy tune started. Darling, you send me, was the first line, and I smiled and began softly bobbing my head instantly. He set down his phone. Who is this? I asked.
Sam Cooke. I looked at the title just now.
This is good. I stood in the middle of the living room and offered him my hand, and he smiled and walked over to me. It was too slow to really boogie and too fast to slow dance. It was a perfect song for us to stand in a loose waltz pose and gently sway together. I led him, but he didn't need it. I could feel that he had good rhythm because he was right with me as I moved. For the first few seconds, I was concentrating on dancing, keeping the beat, and making sure I found the pocket with my movements. It took me a moment to settle down and realize that I was touching him in about 5 different places. One arm was wrapped around him and the other was in his hand. I stood close enough that my body brushed his in other places, too. Goodness gracious. John Michael Kennedy was the best dance partner I ever had. I touched him lightly, but my senses were hyper-aware, and I felt tingling goodness all over my body. I was a seasoned dancer, and my body found the beat even when my mind and heart became focused on the man in front of me. We moved for a while, falling into a gentle rhythmic motion as the song played. It was the most fun I ever had dancing, and that was saying a lot. My body and mind were at peace and fulfilled in that moment as I swayed in his arms. "It's playing again," I said once the song was playing for the second time. Maybe it was the third. It was on repeat. I was relieved because I didn't want the next song to ruin the moment.
Ethan had that other song on repeat.
We swayed for another moment, holding on to each other lightly as we moved. "You're a pro at this," I said, thinking he would want to wrap it up.
"I'm not a pro, but I'm not hating it."
"You're not?" I asked, looking at him.
"No."
"Because you're a good dancer. I can feel that." We swayed to the beat of the song, and his midnight eyes stared straight into mine. I was on fire where he touched me. I could hardly remember to breathe. I could see that he was attracted to me, and it was one of the better moments of my life. But it was only a moment. The state of bliss was short-lived because a wave of guilt and regret came crashing over me. It felt like the wave left destruction, like it made a gap between John Michael and myself.
"Is everything okay?"
he asked, seeing my face shift. It's just that I stopped dancing, looking at him. I wish I could feel like I deserve this moment right now. I'm not trying to be dramatic or drag you into anything, but I went out this weekend. Nothing happened. I made it home safely and everything, but my brothers were mad and my parents were too, and I broke contact with him, stepping back and standing still in front of him. I'm not as good of a person as you thought I was. I know I mentioned not partying anymore, but I didn't even make it 3 weeks without... I do want you to know that I would have never done that if I knew I was coming to hang out with you and E. I hadn't heard from you, and I didn't know I'd be coming over here or anything. I went out with my friends. I didn't want it to be under false pretenses. I didn't want to make you think I'm something that I'm not. I'm not as good of a person as I want to be. The thing is, I'm sorry, I just wanted to try to be open and honest with you. He hesitated, looking at me thoughtfully.
"Were you with someone?"
What? No, when?
"This weekend. Were you with someone?"
No. He took a deep breath.
"Well, I feel like at this point your choices are your own and we can just feel it out."
I just feel sorry about it. I just wanted to be honest since I didn't know how you were feeling.
"I enjoyed that dance. That's how I feel right now."
My heart began to beat faster when he said that. I felt like he was willing to forgive me. You enjoyed it? Do you want to dance more? To a different song, maybe? This is the 3rd or 4th time this one played.
"I could get this one off repeat and try one more,"
he said. I would love that, I said, smiling and feeling relieved that he still wanted to be near me. He grabbed his phone and pushed a button.
"I'm just taking it off of repeat and playing the next song. Midnight Train to Georgia,"
he added, looking at the title before he put his phone down. I smiled, hearing the music. I know this song, I said. I recognized it right when it came on.
"Is this an okay song to dance to?"
he asked, coming over to me. I nodded and took hold of him, moving to the beat. Any song is good to dance to, I said, sliding in next to him and twirling around a little. I was good at finding the beat, and I easily moved in a fluid motion that switched direction and time with the music. My body melded to him in the way that I would meld to any dance partner. Okay, maybe this was a little more than that. Our contact was light, though, and it was a friendly dance. I didn't know what he was feeling, but as for me, I did my best to concentrate on dancing and not the burning electric sensation that happened in the places where my body touched his. The song ended and another one started. It wasn't one I recognized, and I didn't really care. It was a slower one, and I stepped closer to him, leaning into him lightly and resting my head on the front of his chest, near his shoulder. We slow danced. We didn't say a word, we just held each other and swayed for an entire song. I had never been so attracted to a man, or so affected by a dance in my life. That dance gave me time to feel and appreciate the electric sensation. His movements were perfect. His skin was perfect. And the tension was so thick that you could cut it with a knife. At least it was on my end. The song finished and a faster one came on, drawing me from the dazed state. I pulled away and smiled at him. "That was fun," I said. "See?"
"Yeah, I do see,"
he said with a grin. Chapter 13. A month later.
"Why didn't you go to Atlanta? You should have been there. Exciting things happened."
It was the first thing my friend Jonathan said to me when we met up that day. He was sitting at a table in a coffee shop waiting for me, and he stood to hug me when I walked up. His hair was green today. It changed all the time. "I worked with my brothers on Friday, and then I babysat on Saturday," I said, answering his question.
"You babysat?"
he asked, looking at me like he was stunned.
"Again? That's like the 5th time you've done that lately. Who is this baby? Did Philip have a kid?"
"No."
"Salem?"
"No, he's not my nephew. He's just a friend's kid."
"Well, you missed it Saturday night. Freaking Deadpan was there. He played for 2 hours.
Oh, whoa, I didn't know he was going.
No one did. It was a surprise appearance. Isn't that amazing?"
"Yeah, it is," I said, thinking about it.
"You don't look like you're freaking out about it."
"Why would I freak out? Hang on, they called my name for my coffee." I left Jonathan and walked over to the counter to pick up my coffee. Jonathan was staring at me when I returned with the paper cup in my hand.
"You should be freaking out about Deadpan because he was asking about you."
His eyes were bulging out of his head, and he stared at me like he had been waiting all day to tell me that one thing.
"He asked Neon and Tanner where you were, and they came and asked me." "Deadpan asked about you, Shy? That's insane. He said he was hoping you were there, that he wanted you to take his picture."
"I'm sure I'll run into him again. I'll take his picture sometime."
"How are you being so rude about Deadpan?"
"Rude?" I asked, smiling.
"Yes, I thought you would be screaming right now, from happiness. I thought you would hug me and tell me I'm the best for delivering you this news. It's Deadpan, Shy. Nick Butler, the DJ."
"That's really cool," I said, smiling. "I'm not freaking out. I'm happy. I think it's cool that he asked about me." I got settled into my seat.
"What'd you get?"
"Lavender," I said.
"You're so weird."
"It's delicious."
"It's like soap. Don't put it near my coffee." "So why did you stay back this weekend? And why are your brothers being so hard on you? I'm the one who had the accident."
"It's my car. They saved me thousands of dollars. And they helped you, too. Your sentence would have been a lot worse."
"I know. And I'm thankful, but geez, how long are they gonna make you work? That's not cool."
"This Friday is my last day doing construction. And even then, I don't mind. It's the least I can do."
"I know they helped you out, but they're taking it a little too far, especially with the babysitting."
"No, it's for someone else." He stared at me, looking completely dumbfounded. "What?" I said.
"What the heck are you doing babysitting when you need to be in Atlanta? Deadpan, Shy. I really hope you're going to the party this weekend."
"I wasn't planning on it."
"Girl, what is your problem?"
he asked, staring at me with wide eyes and an over-exaggerated expression.
"Seriously, are you depressed or something?"
"No."
"What is it? Why aren't you going out?"
"I'm a little into the guy with the kid."
Oh, the dad? You have a crush on the kid's dad? You bad girl. Are you trying to be a mistress?"
He looked at me with a dangerous smile, teasing me, as if he was okay with the idea as long as I didn't get caught. "No, she's dead."
"Oh, whoa, the kid's mom?"
"Ethan, yes."
"Ethan is the kid.
"Yes."
And you have a thing for his dad?"
Yes, we're getting to know each other. We're taking it really slow.
What's that mean? Does he have another girlfriend or something?
No, why do you keep saying that?
Because you said you were taking it slow like it wasn't your idea. Why would he want to take it so slow with you? Is he Amish?
No.
No kissing?
No. A shocked expression covered his face. He's got a kid, I said. He has to be careful.
So it is him who wants to take it slow and not you?
I guess so.
You shouldn't put up with that. You've got deadpan asking about you at parties, Shy.
We're both fine with taking it slow. We've had moments. We've been getting to know each other for the last month, and we've definitely had tense moments. I started to say something, but then I stopped myself, getting out only a grunt.
What?
He asked, knowing I was about to say something. Nothing. I was going to say that I kissed him in my sleep a month ago, but I think it was probably a dream.
You might have kissed him? Were you tripping?
No, I was sleeping. I was dreaming that I kissed him, and I think I might have done it in real life. It felt real.
If it was real, it would have happened again since then.
No, because the next time I saw him, I had to go and mess it up. It was the weekend we went to the party in that warehouse. I slept in my car that morning, and my family freaked out. I saw John Michael the next day, and I was feeling all guilty, so I confessed, and now we're not kissing.
You confessed to what? We didn't do anything that weekend. What would you be confessing to?
To going out.
To going out? Is he a control freak or something?
No, but his last wife died in a car accident.
How old is this guy?
He asked. He's only like 4 years older than me.
How long has he been stringing you along? For the last month? Is that why you fell off the face of the earth?
I didn't, but yes, we hang out a few times a week, and I've still got school and everything.
And how long are you going to take part in this one-sided relationship?
It's not one-sided. He's great.
He won't kiss you.
It's not that he won't. Yeah, I guess he won't. I don't know. We're taking it slow, and honestly, Ethan's always around.
Mark my words, girl. You have no idea right now, but this is a blessing in disguise. I think you should hang up this whole idea. You might think you want this guy right now, but I'm telling you, you don't know what you're in for if he's got a kid. That is a life changer. A kid? That would make you a mom. That's something you do not want to sign up for.
What if I do? He stared at me.
A child, Shy. A human child? You can't tell me you're serious. You're shy. You don't even give guys the time of day. That's what you have me for, remember? I'm your buffer on the dance floor. And I feel like I need to be it now, honestly, girl.
No, you don't. He's a good guy.
He annoys me already,
Jonathan said, rolling his eyes and taking a sip of his coffee. I smiled at him and pretended to be easygoing about it, but I wanted to stick up for John Michael.
Where do you even know this guy from?
My brothers did some work for his parents, and he teaches at my school.
He teaches at State?
Yes. He rolled his eyes and let out a huff.
You do you, Queen, but I don't like it. I don't like anything about it. You can't hook up with a teacher who has a kid. There's like nothing more opposite of an ideal situation for you than that. It's so unbelievably opposite of what you need that I almost feel like you're joking right now.
I'm not, I said, smiling at how dramatic and disbelieving he was. I could appreciate that Jonathan would want to be protective of me. And I could also understand how, on paper, it would seem like John Michael wasn't right for me. But that wasn't true, and I didn't need protecting. At least I didn't think I did. That conversation made me set it in my heart to talk to John Michael and try to get a read on what he was feeling. That happened a couple of hours later. I spent an hour with Jonathan, and then I drove straight to campus. I sat on a park bench, thinking and trying to decide my next move. I sent a text to John Michael. Me. Are you still on campus? I heard back from him within a minute. John Michael.
Yes, about to teach. Done in 1 hour. You okay?
Me. Yes, all good. I'm on campus. I'll walk over and see you when your class gets out. No rush. He liked my message, and I put my phone in my bag. I hung out there for 15 minutes or so before walking toward the building where he was teaching. I spent some time exploring the adjacent block because it was a nice, cool day. His door was open, and I could hear him teaching when I made my way into his building. I waited for him down the hall. I was only there for 5 minutes or so when I saw a flood of people exiting the room. I went back toward his classroom to check. He was still talking when I got there, but I could tell that he was in a different position, one closer to the door. He was in the middle of a conversation, and I backed away again, waiting in the hallway. A minute later, 2 people, a guy and a girl, walked out of the classroom. I gave it a few seconds before I moved inside. I wanted to make sure he was finished with his class. He was alone in the room, and he was walking away, heading away from the door. "Hello?" I said, seeing the back side of him as he crossed the room, heading away from the door. He glanced over his shoulder, already smiling.
"Hey, Sadie."
He smiled, and I went into the room, approaching him. I wanted to hug him. We had been known to hug as a greeting, but I wasn't sure if I should do it there. I stood back, maintaining distance, smiling at him.
"I was just about to text you and tell you I was finished. What are you doing? You don't have class this afternoon, do you?"
"No, I was having coffee with Jonathan. I wasn't that far from campus, so I came over here."
"Jonathan?"
"Yeah, it's no big deal, really, but I was talking to him, and some of the things we were saying made me want to ask you a few things, so I came by here." He tilted his head at me, looking cautious and curious.
"Ask away."
"No, I'm sorry. I don't know. I came here thinking it would be easy to talk to you about stuff, but it's hard. Maybe I want to change my mind and just say hi. Hello, JJ. How are you?"
"Please tell me what you came here to say," he said. "That's no good to leave me hanging like that. You know that would drive me crazy. Just say it."
He leveled me with a sincere expression, and I blinked, feeling nervous. Jonathan had asked me why I didn't go to Atlanta this last weekend, and I was thinking about that. We got to talking, and the whole conversation brought me back to that night when you and I danced to that song at your house.
"Sam Cooke."
Yes. I think that moment where I spilled my guts about going out, I think that sort of stopped something that... Anyway, I was just thinking about that earlier. Not just then, but we've had a few other moments in the last month when I thought something might happen, but it never happens. I had a feeling that I wanted to keep talking and keep babbling, but I stopped myself, leaving it at that. I stared at him.
"I thought you brought that up as a warning to me. I took it as you needing space. I know, and I'm aware of the times when we've had moments during the last month. I was waiting. I just sort of thought you wanted me to give you space."
You thought that?
"Do you want space?"
I mean, I definitely know. John Michael was so wholesomely gorgeous that it made me nervous to say things like that to him, but I needed to put myself out there. I had been waiting for him to touch me for what seemed like forever. I had been on my best behavior in my personal life. I was there, putting myself on the line, and I had no idea what he was going to say. He glanced upward over my shoulder and then back at me.
"I'm teaching adjunct here, which means I don't have an office. I'm also relatively sure there are cameras in this classroom, and I probably should try to control myself in this moment."
I smiled at him. "Yeah, cameras," I said, my heart pounding that he would even mention that.
"I am, however, happy about getting closer to you the next time we're alone."
I smiled. "I would like that."
"My son will repeat everything he sees.
I know.
If anything happens in front of him, my sisters and mother and the lady at the grocery store will all know about it.
I know.
That would complicate things for you. So we should still be discreet.
Okay, but how would it complicate things for me?
If he sees us and repeats what he saw, my mom and sisters will want to ask all sorts of questions."
I'm good at answering questions, I said, feeling confident and in a hurry for him to start having feelings for me. He smiled.
"There is one last thing,"
he said. I knew it.
"What do you mean?"
he asked. I knew there was stuff stopping you, I said. I could feel things stop between us that night. He sighed, stalling, looking for the right words to say.
"I like you so much that I am barely holding it together, Sadie. I'm shaking. I've been thinking you need space this whole time. I thought that was what the warning was about. I won't lie, the shy thing freaks me out. And it's not that I'm trying to control you or make you quit something you love. But I've seen you dancing, and I've seen the atmosphere at those things. Dudes are all over you. And I'm sorry, but not everyone's motives are good. I feel like I would want to fight dudes constantly if we started.
He cut off, and I said, "If we started what?" He sighed.
Once I kiss you, I might not want anyone else to.
Chapter 14. John Michael Kennedy. Later that night.
Thank you for coming over,
He said to his sister, Sarah.
I'll just be gone for a couple of hours.
I'm so glad you called. I've been wanting to hang out with my nephew.
I'm heading out in just a minute,
He said, making his way back to his bedroom to choose his jacket and shoes. It was a cool day, and he went with an athletic windbreaker with jeans and nice tennis shoes. He had his bedroom door open, and he heard it when his sister and Ethan went to the front door. Sadie was standing in the entryway by the time he made it down the hall. She was holding Ethan on her hip while he stared at her. She had on jeans and a light purple hoodie, and he already ached to touch her.
Have you met Sadie?
He asked his sister, trying to stay focused. Yeah, a couple of weeks ago she was here watching Ethan.
Are you watching me tonight?
Ethan asked, looking at Sadie. Did you double book babysitters? Sarah asked, smiling and looking back at her brother.
No, Sadie's actually coming with me to dinner.
Oh, Sarah said, looking wide-eyed like she was just getting it. Oh, of course. John Michael could see the surprise on his sister's face, and he stepped toward Sadie, holding his hands out for Ethan. He situated the boy on his side, holding him up next to his chest and looking right at him.
I'm taking Sadie out to dinner, and you're going to stay here and have dinner and playtime with Aunt Sarah.
Okay, but where are y'all going?
Just for a burger, John Michael said. We won't be long. You can stay up till we get back.
I like burgers. I'll come with you,
Ethan said innocently.
and Aunt Sarah can too.
I'm taking just me and Sadie this time, but we'll be back soon.
Yeah, he'll be right back, Sarah assured him. Maybe we can dig in the cupboards and see if you have the right stuff to make some chocolate chip cookies. We might need some dirt, some worms. She started listing silly ingredients, and Ethan cracked up. You guys have fun, Sarah yelled as she crossed to the kitchen with Ethan following her. John Michael yelled a farewell to them, and then made eye contact with Sadie. She was adorable. He thought back to the things she had said in the classroom earlier, and he knew things would change between them tonight. He was ready for that. She had completely captivated him. He was willing to put his heart on the line. He opened the passenger's door to his truck, and she smiled at him, but they didn't say anything until he got into the driver's seat and closed the door.
Are you good with a burger?
He asked, regarding her from over the console. Yes, of course. But I didn't need to. I thought when you asked me for dinner, you meant I would just eat dinner with you and E. You didn't have to get Sarah to come over.
Do you not want to go out?
No, I want to.
Okay, then. It's good.
What about Sarah and E, though? Knowing about it? I thought you were saying that E would repeat stuff.
Yeah. And you said you were okay with that.
Are you okay with it? She asked. He glanced at her. All this time, he had been making himself not look at her that way. He was giving her space, and he needed to pace himself for Ethan's sake, but it had been difficult. In order to distance himself, he hadn't really focused on Sadie physically. He would blur his vision in just the right way so that he didn't gaze at her beauty. He had made himself forget how beautiful she was and how attracted he was to her. He had been maintaining distance for so long that it gave John Michael a jolt when he locked eyes with her. He talked to her as they rode in the car, but he didn't reach out to hold her hand. He wanted to, but now that he had given himself permission, he didn't know where to begin. He had been around her at least 10 times in the last month, and never was he this nervous. He had reason to believe that they both knew what they were in for by this point. It was an official date. He began to wonder if burgers were enough. He asked if she wanted something fancier, and she refused, saying she had her heart set on a burger ever since he mentioned it. They made their way to a nearby burger establishment called Mojo's, where they sat across from each other and shared a meal. It was a normal meal, but it felt monumental to John Michael. He noticed everything about her, everything she did. He saw the way her mouth moved when she spoke. She was smiling at him and flirting with him, but she was not too nervous to eat. She ate most of her burger and fries and was still working on her shake. John Michael thought she was so beautiful sitting across the table from him, and he wished he could be with her for every meal she ever ate for the rest of her life. He liked her so much, and he could tell by her attentive, caring personality that she liked him too. He played it cool physically because he hardly knew where to begin. They talked about surface-level things and left the restaurant an hour and a half after they arrived. They walked out together, and he held the door for her. She made her way past him, and he put his hand on her side as if to usher her out. He felt her cold hand cover his. It was only for a second or two, but she captured his hand on her side, keeping it there, enjoying the contact. She had done it intentionally because John Michael felt her fingertips move, touching the back of his hand before she pulled away. He wanted to touch her again. He ached to reach out and touch Sadie on the way to his truck, but he didn't know how to do it. It had been too long. He was usually nonchalant with women, but this was different. He could tell that she wanted things to move forward, and that made him so pumped and excited that he was reluctant in ways he thought he would never be. He wanted her so badly by this point that he felt like he could just break her in half or crush her by accident. He wanted to tame her. He wanted her to never dance for anyone else but him. He wanted her to come home to him every night. He wanted her to be a mom to Ethan. He was walking to his side of the truck when he had that thought, and he cringed, wondering if motherhood was too much to ask of her. She was youthful and full of life, and he loved that about her. But that very attribute gave him doubt that she would take to mom life so easily. He had hope, but he also had doubt. He couldn't help it. Motherhood was a lot to ask. He sat in the driver's seat and started the truck. It was cool outside, and he turned on the heater and the stereo, but he didn't bother backing out. He adjusted in his seat, turning to face her. She extended her arm and placed her hand gently onto the console, palm up. John Michael put his hand into hers. "Is this okay?" she asked. It felt like heaven to him. His chest was about to explode.
"Yes,"
he said. She pulled on his hand, holding it closer to her chest. She had on layers of clothing, but he could feel the warmth of her body, and it made him forget to breathe. She was so adorable, and it felt so insane to touch her that he could hardly think straight. "Thank you for dinner," she said.
"You're welcome. My pleasure. That was fun."
"Hey, John Michael."
"Yes, Sadie?"
"Do you remember that night when I first watched E? That night when you did that interview and I fell asleep next to him?"
"Yes, I do remember that."
He stared at her, wanting her. "I dreamed I kissed you," she said.
"You did?"
"Yes, and it was vivid. I feel like I already have done it."
"You did do it."
"What?"
"I wasn't asking if you did. I was saying that you, in fact, did kiss me that night. With your mouth."
"No, I did not," she said with a wide-eyed expression.
"I knew you were dreaming. Your eyes were closed the whole time. I don't even know how you knew I was there. You just reached out and it happened. I thought you didn't know you had done it, so I never mentioned it."
"I knew it," she said, staring at him thoughtfully, looking like she was thinking back to that moment. "I feel like it was good." He cleared his throat.
"It was very good."
He agreed. "Why did you never mention it to me since it happened?" He shrugged and stared out of the front windshield. It was dark and he couldn't see much. She brought his hand up to her mouth, and his torso was on fire. He wanted to toss her over his shoulder and cart her to the nearest wedding chapel. The warm, soft feel of her lips on the back of his hand. It was too much for him to handle. He breathed a sigh, watching her.
"Sadie, You do something to me. You make me. Just the sight of you makes my heart. I would really love to get closer to you, but I don't even know where to start.
He sighed and shook his head. Do you want to kiss me? I was thinking that might happen. He blinked at her. He wanted so much more than to kiss her. He wished he could make her promise that she would be with him forever and that she wouldn't break his heart. He didn't say any of that. He stared at the place where her mouth was gently touching the backside of his hand.
You drive me crazy, Sadie. I hope you know that. I can barely look at you without feeling like I just want to have you with me all the time.
I want to be with you all the time. She moved his hand, touching her mouth in gentle, sweeping strokes to the back of it. Music was playing on the radio, and John Michael could hardly breathe as he watched her. I think we might be overthinking this a little bit, she said. It's been a little while, and we're finding ourselves alone, so do you mind if I use this opportunity to maybe just, come over there for a second?
No, Sadie, I don't mind that.
She leaned toward him, and he did the same thing, leaning in, getting closer to her. She was still holding his hand, and he brought it up to touch her face. They were close enough to kiss, and he felt like he was in danger of exploding into smithereens. He was wound tight, like a spring. He expected her to close the gap between them, but she hesitated for a second. The tension was like nothing he had ever felt. He wondered if there might be a spark when their lips met. He moved and closed the space between them. She leaned into him with the perfect amount of resistance, and he let his lips soften next to hers. They stayed that way for a few seconds, letting their lips connect softly and slowly, barely moving. It was a long, lingering, sticky kiss, where they made contact several long times. He pulled back slightly, and she let out a light whimper. She wanted him, and that was all the waiting he could take. He kissed her. John Michael leaned in and kissed her like he had been wanting to do for the last month. He opened his mouth to her, and she invited his kiss, responding to him, moving in response to him. They connected passionately in the front seat of his truck. Music played, and they kissed each other like it had happened 1,000 times. They kissed for an entire song, at least. They were comfortable and perfect as partners, but there was an undeniable sort of firework chemistry newness that filled their kiss. That passion and newness had them both struggling to breathe once he finally pulled away. It was a difficult task to break that kiss. He was full of need. John Michael, thank you. I've been dying for that to happen, waiting and wanting it so much. She said the words in a sincere, pleading tone that had his heart breaking. He wished he had done this sooner. He held her hands and stared at her face from only inches away, thinking that he never, ever wanted to let her go. I'm sorry it didn't happen sooner, he said, causing her to smile. I'm sorry, too. But we don't need to be. It's sweet how many times we were so close to it happening. One time, I almost died when you touched my hand. He laughed and kissed her for saying that.
Was it when you met me at my parents' and we ended up eating dinner up there?
Yes.
I remember that, he said. We were basically holding hands.
I know. We had so many close calls. Sadie kissed him again after she said that. She took charge and kissed him. She took her time. She kissed his face and his cheek. They were gentle, caring, sweet kisses. She looked at him and doted on him, and nothing like it had ever happened to him in his whole life. They sat in his truck for 20 or 30 minutes, and they were some of the best minutes he had ever lived. He loved Sadie Kirkpatrick. There was no doubt in his mind. He caught himself already praying and pleading with God that she would be in his life forever. Chapter 15. Sadie. Later that same night. It's almost midnight, I said, picking up the phone when Jonathan called. He had called twice in a row. Is everything okay?
Shy, Yes. Oh, you are never going to believe this. I am tripping right now. Oh my gosh. I just finished texting Nick Butler from my phone, Shy. Deadpan. He texted my phone. He texted me. We conversed for the last 5 minutes straight. He's in Los Angeles right now. I feel like I'm going to pass out.
Whoa.
And do you want to know why I talked to Deadpan, Shy?
Why? I asked, trying to act interested.
Because of you, Queen. He heard that I know you. We talked about you and your work, and baby girl, we got an invitation to go to the private birthday party of Deadpan.
He delivered the name loudly, using his chest voice in a deep operatic tone. It startled me. His voice was loud, but I could also tell that it was shaky from his nerves. He was breathing heavily just from talking.
Are you ready for this, Sadie? I'm about to give you the best news of your life.
That we've been invited to Deadpan's birthday party? I asked.
Not just that. It's the freaking tip of the iceberg. He's hiring you as his personal photographer for the whole weekend. He asked if I was your assistant, and I told him I was. Oh my gosh, oh my gosh. He offered to freaking pay my way too, Shy. We're both getting paid, and he ain't broke, girl. He's flying us to Miami. We're staying in his house. I'm talking thousands of dollars. You're getting $5,000 with food and all expenses for 3 days, and I'm getting $1,000. Can you believe this, Shy? I'm dying right now. I have legal fees still from that wreck. I was crying earlier tonight thinking of how I'm going to pay my rent this month. And now this. I owe you everything, Shy. I'm officially your assistant. Your wish is my command. You just let me know what you need and I'll get it. I'm dying. $1,000 for going to an exclusive party. And at the end of the month when I had to miss so much work. I don't know how this happened. My rent is suddenly made, and I also get to fly to Miami, all expenses paid. What's happening? Deadpan's personal birthday party?
He was so nervous and excited that his voice cracked like a teenage boy. I had no excitement. I only had questions. I had never even met this guy. How could this be a serious offer? I thought you said he was in California. Where did you say the party is?
Deadpan lives in Miami. That's where we're having the party. He's in California now, but he'll be back in Miami by then. California has nothing to do with it. He was just out there when I talked to him earlier. Oh my gosh, Shy, can you believe this is happening to us? This is the best night of my life. Thank you for being a rock star.
Jonathan, I would need to talk to Nick. I would need to see what the deal is.
Yeah, of course. There's a deal to be made. He wanted to talk to you. He specifically asked me to give you his number. It's only 9 p.m. over there. He was hoping to hear from you tonight. You guys will need to work out the details. Can you believe I'm getting paid just to go to a famous person's birthday party with you? This is the best night of my life.
He let out a long sigh, and we just sat there in silence for a few seconds. I was about to chime in to ask him when it was, but he spoke again. And his wavelength was completely different than mine.
Think about those tattoos, he said. That's going to make gorgeous photos. Have you ever even taken a picture of him before? Have you ever been to a party where he was DJing? How did he know about you, Shy? I can't remember seeing any of your stuff with him in it.
No, I've never seen him in person.
Yeah, you weren't in Atlanta, and he asked about you that night. He was probably planning this birthday party. If you're lucky, you'll get to see him in his birthday suit.
Jonathan let out a laugh when he said that, but none of this was happy or funny to me. Something within me had changed, and the thought of going with Jonathan to Miami for a weekend of debauchery had no appeal. It wasn't that I felt obligated to John Michael, and it wasn't that I had gone so straight that I no longer knew how to have fun. It wasn't either of those things. I simply didn't want to do it. The idea of a trip to Miami sounded tiresome and not at all appealing.
Shy?
I'm here.
Ha! I thought I'd lost you there for a minute. I wouldn't be surprised if you passed out.
When is this supposed to happen?
Oh, it's Halloween weekend. His birthday is in late October, so he always has a Halloween party. And we're going. Oh my gosh. This is seriously the best thing that's happened to me in, forever. Your wish is my command. I am officially your servant.
I didn't want a servant. It was midnight, and it had been a long day. I was riding a high from the time I shared with John Michael. And this news did nothing for me. All I wanted to do was tell John Michael about it so that he could help me figure out a way to get out of it. I might, I said. We'll see how it goes. My statements didn't make much sense to Jonathan.
What's that mean?
I still need to talk to Nick. None of this is situated. If it doesn't go through, I can see about helping you out with your rent this month.
He laughed, thinking I was joking. It's going to be amazing. Thank you for being such a rock star, Shy, and for letting me ride your coattails. Halloween in Miami, baby!
He hollered. Okay, send me his phone number, and I'll talk to him about it and see if we can work anything out. I got off of the phone with Jonathan, and he texted me with Nick Butler's contact information. I didn't call Nick right away. I slept on it that night, and when I woke up the next morning, I felt like I was in love with John Michael and didn't want to jeopardize anything we had. A lot had transpired by the time I went to see John Michael at school the following day. We both had classes, and we met up on campus at a neutral location. It was a small area with wooden benches built under some trees. It was shady and relatively private, and I was happy when he mentioned it as a place to meet. I got there first, and I sat and waited for him. I noticed when he was walking up the sidewalk, and I left my things on the bench and went over to him. Excitement coursed through my blood in a way no drug could replicate. He was solid and stable, and he added so much to my life. He was completely irresistible, so gorgeous that he made my head spin. He was smiling at me, and I expected to give him a quick hug of greeting, but he reached down and kissed me on the mouth when we embraced. I kissed him back, holding on to him and smiling when he pulled away. I didn't know that was okay on campus, I said.
We're not in the classroom, and I don't think anyone really cares.
I reached up and kissed him again, a light, sticky one, letting my mouth linger on his for a second or two. We smiled at each other when I pulled back, and his dark eyes were full of mystery and promise. Come sit by me, I said, pulling him along. He easily followed. How long before your next class? I asked.
I can stay for about 10 minutes.
My teacher emailed about my next class, I said. It's canceled. I can go up to your mom's and get E if you want.
Mom was going to meet me in Wake Forest.
Even better, I said. I can get him a little early and we can hang out and make some dinner. He smiled at me.
You sound so domesticated.
I am so domesticated. I'm about to cook dinner for us all, too. What do you want?
You're making me dinner?
Yes. What do you want? Stroganoff? He gave me an amused grin.
Do you know how to make stroganoff?
Technically, no. I've never done it. But I thought it sounded good, and I looked at the recipe. I think anyone can do it as long as you follow certain steps.
Yeah, I think that's how recipes work, he said.
Yeah. The word came out quietly because he had moved closer to me, and our proximity made me feel weak and needy.
Are you sure about E?
He said.
My class is over at 5.
Will your mom be okay meeting me instead of you?
Yeah, of course. We've done that one other time. Are you sure you don't mind, though?
I want to. I love E. I want to spend as much time with you guys as I can. He held on to my hand.
Thank you, Sadie. That would be amazing.
So is stroganoff good? Do you want me to make that? Can I use your kitchen?
He smiled at me. Of course, and stroganoff sounds amazing. But I'm also fine with eating a sandwich. It's really whatever you feel like.
I also have something else to talk to you about, and this is unrelated to watching Ethan or cooking or anything like that.
Uh-oh, this seems serious,
he said, tilting his head at me. No, it's not that big of a deal. But there's this DJ who lives in Miami. He's having a birthday/Halloween party down there, and he wants me to be his photographer. And Jonathan.
Really? Both of you?
Yes. First of all, when Jonathan first called me, he had offered us $6,000 to go down there and do it. Then when I didn't call him back right away, he called Jonathan and offered him $10,000 to go take pictures. 8 for me and 2 for Jonathan. I don't even want to do it, but that's hard to pass up.
Do you know this guy?
No, I know of him. He's a famous DJ. I've never met him or talked to him. I guess he's just seen my work before and knew he wanted me to be there at this party. I think a birthday party is something he does every year. Jonathan is freaking out on me. Not only does he want the money, he wants to go to the party. He cried when he called me earlier. He said it gave him a reason to live.
Why do you seem so disappointed?
Because I already told you I'm trying to do better. I'm perfectly fine leaving that stuff, even if it means I have to make a new way with my work. I've already been thinking about other types of photography, family stuff. He held on to my hand.
Thank you. And I'm happy, but you seem stressed about it.
I am.
Well, if you're stressed, thinking I will be mad at you for going, then that's not true.
It's not?
No, Sadie. If he's offering you a lot of money for a job and it's legit and you're not feeling in danger or anything, then it's just work. I'm fine with you doing it.
You are? He put together this whole proposal with paperwork. He's covering our flights and food. It's $10,000. It's a whole contract, signed and dated.
Wow.
It's supposed to be fun. And honestly, I know I'll be able to get some great photos, but... I trailed off with a sigh, and he pulled me closer. I leaned into him, sitting next to him and letting my head rest on his shoulder.
But what?
He asked. I don't know. I think maybe I should go, just since it's such a cool opportunity. But I dread it, too. I'd rather be here partying with E and trick-or-treating.
Aw, I love that,
he said. I mean it. I love you guys.
You love us that much that you would not make plans?
He said, smiling at me since he knew I had accidentally said it. I actually do, I said, snuggling up with him. Chapter 16. 2 weeks later. Fort Lauderdale, Florida. I signed a contract to work for Nick Butler on Halloween weekend. Halloween was on a Saturday night this year. We flew to Florida today, Friday, and we would fly back home to Raleigh on Monday morning. Jonathan and I would have accommodations at Deadpan's mansion, and food and drinks would be provided there. I didn't plan on spending any money in Miami. We had already agreed that Jonathan would get $2,000 for helping me out, and I told him I would make it $2,500, giving him a tip. He got emotional and cried when I told him that. The contract stated that I would work dinner Friday night, and from 9 p.m. to 2 a.m. on Saturday. Afterward, I would provide Nick with the best photos and videos. Jonathan was going to use one of my backup cameras to get video footage. We would combine video clips and photos into one package and present them to Nick within a week from the day we got home. It would be on me to edit everything, and Jonathan's job would be done once we left Miami. Any printing and framing would happen at Nick's discretion. The agreement was all very formal and official, and I had never been paid so much to attend a party. I tried not to give myself too much pressure about it. It would all go down tomorrow night. He was having a costume party and expecting over 300 guests. People knew about this party and often tried to get in uninvited. There was a strict policy regarding dress code and invitations. I had only been at the house for a few hours today, and already I heard a buzz about it. Nick had people setting up tables and decorating all over. There was a DJ station outside by the pool with speakers all over the house. I knew there were plenty of speakers because, for the first 2 hours after I arrived, there was music playing through them in an extended sound check. I had bought a cute jumpsuit outfit at a costume shop in Raleigh that made me look similar to a court jester. It was black and silver, as the dress code stated, and it went with the theme, which was festival. There was a second outfit in my closet when I arrived. A costume. It was mostly black with some grays and deep blues. It was a glorious mini dress with a fitted corset and short, flared bottom. It was a custom piece that was covered in gorgeous black feathers. They were iridescent and picked up greens, blues, and purples in the light. There was a piece of paper nearby that had a handwritten note from Deadpan. It said, "Thank you for being here. Enjoy being the Raven." I assumed the costume was supposed to be a raven, which was an apt name for what I saw. Jonathan's room was next to mine, and he had no such costume. He was wearing something he brought from home. The gesture made me feel weird, but the costume was one of the most wonderful things I had ever seen, like something from a movie. I tried it on, and there was no question that I wanted to wear it. There were no shoes, but the black flats I brought for the jester looked like they went with it. There were 2 masks. One of them was a black cloth that covered my eyes. It was the mask that would stay in place while I was taking photos, which would be most of the night. The other mask was much bigger. It had a long, sharp black beak, I felt amazing in it, and I played with ways to fix my hair that would go with the whole costume. But my heart wouldn't let me fully enjoy it. It was weird to me that Nick was willing to pay me so much. And now this? I wasn't scared of him, but I wished John Michael was there with me instead of Jonathan. My phone dinged right when I thought about John Michael, and I took it off of the bed and read the text. John Michael.
Hey, sorry, I'm just seeing your last text. I'm glad you had a good flight. We'll be at Mom's for the rest of the night, so call me anytime. Miss you.
I was grinning from ear to ear as I read it. I pressed the buttons to call him right away. It rang only once before he picked up. Hey, I said.
Hey.
I miss you.
I miss you too,
he said.
How are things? Are you comfortable?
Yeah, it's nice. Jonathan's so excited, and that's what makes me feel good about the whole thing.
You're not indebted to him from the accident.
John Michael knew I still had some feelings about all of that. I had told him that if I had been good to drive my own car that night, none of it would have happened.
He probably feels indebted to you for wrecking your car.
He does, I said. I just know how broke he is, so I'm glad this weekend will help him with some bills. Plus, he's freaking out about being here and staying in this house. It's gigantic, and they're setting up for the party tomorrow. I've already taken some photos.
Have you talked to the owner?
Not yet. He's not here yet. We're supposed to have dinner with him later at 8:30. Did you get the costumes squared away for tomorrow night? I asked.
Yeah, Ethan is Mario. Jenny's being Peach, and my dad is Bowser. He just has a mask and a backpack.
What about you?
Luigi, I guess. My mom said she has the green shirt, but we're not sure about the hat, so I might get a pass.
I laughed. That's going to be so classic. I wish I was there. I'd be throwing together some kind of piranha plant costume.
That would be amazing.
I'm going to miss y'all so much.
Me too. Mom's got a church group coming out to use the trails and the bonfire that night. They'll have games and stuff. It's for all ages, but they had a few things for the kids. E saw them setting up today, and he decided he didn't want to go trick-or-treating in our neighborhood at all. He said he's just going to stay at the fall festival at Nana's.
Aw, that's awesome. Please take pictures.
I love you, but I can't make promises. You know how I am.
I know, I said, blowing past the fact that he nonchalantly said he loved me. We hadn't officially said that to each other. Both of us had said it at different times, but we never officially said it. The quick statement made my heart ache for him. John Michael, there was an outfit in my closet when I got here. Something that I'm supposed to wear to the party tomorrow night. It's a costume. I didn't know it would be here. It didn't seem like that big of a deal to me, but I wanted to tell you about it in case you thought it was weird.
That there is a certain outfit this guy wants you to wear?
He asked. Yes. I mean, I don't feel like I have to. I actually brought a costume of my own, so I wasn't planning on wearing it when I got here, but yes, there was a costume in the closet. It's black, like the theme. It's a dress with feathers. It's like a bird costume. Is it strange?
Yes, it's strange,
he said. Do you want me to not wear it? I won't if you tell me not to. I wish you were here with me. I would just feel so much better.
Do you want to wear it?
Objectively, yes, I do. It's the coolest dress I've ever seen, honestly. It's not cheap, and I like how it looks, but I wasn't expecting it, and I certainly don't feel required to wear it.
I don't know what to tell you,
he said.
Just do what you feel like you want to do. You know what you're comfortable with. I honestly don't know this guy. I don't know how extravagant he is or how normal it is for him to provide costumes for his photographer.
I don't know either, I said. I don't know him at all yet. It's amazing, but I'm not sure if I'll wear it. I'd rather be dressing up as a Nintendo character with you and E.
I know. Dad had that fire going earlier, and it's nice out there. You can see the tunnel more now since the leaves are off of the trees. You can almost see the house from the fire pit. I can catch glimpses of the blue.
You're kidding. It's been too long since I've been out there. I still haven't seen a fire in the pit.
It's going to be gigantic tomorrow night. My dad had a bunch of firewood from fallen trees that he had harvested and cut when they first moved. He's got one going now as a rehearsal. And he's already talking about getting it started tomorrow morning so that it can be really cooking when everyone comes over. He's all pumped. They've been out there all day making plans and deciding where they want people to park. Some of their friends from Wake Forest are coming over tonight to help them decorate.
What about your sisters? I know Jenny's going, but what about Molly and Sarah?
Molly's working. But Jenny and Sarah are coming. Sarah was going to try to pull together some Super Mario costume, but she might just put on one of Jenny's cheerleader uniforms and call it a day.
You could just come here and she can be Luigi, I said.
Do you want me to go there? I would if I could get a ticket to that thing. You were showing me that invitation he sent you. It was 3D.
I laughed because it was a complicated, layered invitation that was impossible to duplicate. Nick Butler had sent me one for a souvenir, and I had shown it to John Michael before I left for Miami. If an invitation is the only thing keeping you from coming here tomorrow night, then I can handle that.
I just assumed I was letting you do your work. But if you would ever need me to or want me to go there, Sadie, all you have to do is say the word.
Is it even possible for you to get to Miami before 9 p.m. tomorrow night?
How far is it?
The flight was only like 2 hours. I don't know how far it is to drive.
12 hours. I just searched it.
I can't ask you to do that, I said.
Yes, you can, but I don't want you to feel like you need to have me there. I trust you. If you want to wear that dress, it's fine.
I know you trust me. I just want you here. I wish you were coming here.
I will come.
Who would watch E?
Mom.
You would miss Halloween with him.
He would understand.
Would he? I asked.
Yes. Are you being serious? Do you want me to go?
Yes, 100%. I obviously have to work, so I would be busy for a lot of the party, but yes, John Michael, I would give anything to have you at this house tomorrow. I would buy your plane ticket.
Would I wear normal clothes? Could I get away with that?
No, but I heard some people talking about the servers wearing all black with plain black masks, like Zorro. I think I saw some of the uniforms in the kitchen. That would be easy enough to blend in. I could leave your name at the door, no problem. I've met some of the staff, and I could let them know that I'm expecting an assistant for the party. I would definitely take care of getting you in if you came to Miami. This house is in Fort Lauderdale.
If you want me to, I will,
he said. I felt a whooshing sensation when he said that. I didn't feel that I was in danger without him, but the thought of him coming gave me a sudden inner peace. I was only going to be away from him for 3 days, and yet the thought of him coming tomorrow gave me the most tangible sense of relief. I know it's not a long time that we'll be apart, and I know you have lots going on with E and your mom's party or whatever, but John Michael, I would love to have you here.
I'll come then.
Really? You're coming? How? Are you serious? Are you driving?
I don't know. I'll have to think about it. I'll probably look into flying and renting a car.
John Michael, I can't wait. Thank you. Are you coming?
Yes.
You're coming to this party?
Yes, I'll come to Miami.
John Michael, thank you. I curled up to the phone and said it in a vulnerable tone because I was so very relieved.
Are you sure you're okay? Are you going to be okay until I get there?
Yes, I'm fine. I'm safe. I'm just happy and excited to get you here.
All right. Let me go talk to my parents and work some things out with Ethan. I'll text you later once I make some travel plans. Text me your address so I can see where I'm going and book a hotel.
Chapter 17. We knew what time dinner would be served that evening, and I went to my room beforehand so that I could get ready. I still had another hour to go when I heard a knock at my door. I assumed it would be Jonathan. I made up a whole scenario where I would open the door, and he would tell me that he was too bored and excited to be in his room alone and he wanted to stay in mine. I was smiling and expecting that to happen when I opened the door, but instead, Nick Butler was standing there. Deadpan. I had been at his house for the last 8 hours, and I had never met him in person. I knew what he looked like. A dark-eyed, mysterious, tattooed, Zayn Malik-looking guy. He was larger in person than I expected. He was as tall as John Michael. I smiled, trying not to look disappointed when I noticed that it wasn't Jonathan. "Hey," I said, blinking. "Hello."
Hello yourself,
Nick said, staring at me with a wide smile. His eyes were heavy-lidded, and his expression was full of mischief. "I'm Sadie," I said.
Shy, right?
He spoke calmly, his voice low. "Yeah, shy."
Not too shy, I hope,
he said, grinning at his own joke as he shook my hand. He held on to it, and I pulled back casually, pretending I didn't notice what he was doing.
Do you mind if I come in?
I stood back and extended a hand. "It's your house," I said. "Thanks for having us."
Thank you for being here.
he said, coming to stand inside my room. He looked around before making eye contact with me again. His hands were clasped in front of his body. He had on a three-piece suit in brown. Even with long sleeves and his collar buttoned, I could still see plenty of tattoos. They were all over his hands and neck, spilling onto his face. He had thin dreadlocks that were different shades of brown and blonde. He was a photographer's dream since he had so much going on visually.
I mean for you to eat tonight, Shy. But I want pictures from the event, too.
Sure, I planned on working during dinner. I can eat whenever.
Tonight's for the staff. It's a dress rehearsal, if you will, for tomorrow night. So they'll all be dressed as they will be tomorrow night. I won't have you dress as the Raven. But I would prefer all black, please. For you, and please inform your assistant. I have a pig on a spit that's going to be served by Filipino tribesmen after we are seated. Tonight is my gift to my servers for doing such a good job tomorrow night.
That's really nice of you.
I'm sorry that you won't get to relax and enjoy it tonight. I will want photographs.
That's no problem. That's what I'm here for.
Great,
he said, that broad smile stretching across his face.
And I might have one more small job for you. After dinner.
Oh, okay. What would that be? I asked nervously.
Don't be shy, Shy.
He smiled, and I smiled back, but I was sincerely interested in having him elaborate. Because after dinner, I'll use that time to do some editing before bed.
I was hoping we could do some portraits, like we talked about. A birthday portrait. Not necessarily in my birthday suit, but, you know, maybe with a little abs showing. You know what I'm saying?
No, I think I'm going to need that time to... I really will need to get some editing done so that I can have more room on my camera for tomorrow night. I can either have Jonathan take some pictures of you later tonight, or we can wait till tomorrow.
When tomorrow?
He said.
In the pool before the party?
I shrugged, making a face like I was thinking about it. Before the party, maybe, or I can get Jonathan to do it for you tonight.
I don't even know who that is.
My assistant. He's in the room next door. He's the one who got you in touch with me.
Please tell him he'll need to wear dress code tonight, since he will likely be in a few of the pictures. The staff uniforms and masks are in the kitchen.
Do you want Jonathan to wear a special brand? I thought he just needed to wear black.
No, I've changed my mind. He needs to dress like the rest of the staff. You don't, because you're taking all the pictures. You won't be in any of them.
Okay, I'll go tell him now, I said, moving toward the door.
Did you get the cash?
Nick asked. Yes, thank you. About an hour before, someone had delivered a covered silver platter to my door. They left it inside my room, bowing as they retreated. I opened it to find $12,000 in cash, 1,000 over what he had promised. I wondered if these extra requests were because of that. I wanted to tell him that I didn't need the tip and that I'd just stick to the original plan. But he left my room before we got into any of that. I went to Jonathan's room only because Nick saw me knock on his door. I wanted to go get his outfit alone, so when he answered the door, I told him that he would need to wear a certain mask to dinner tonight, which was the truth. I said it would be delivered to his room, which was also the truth. I left there and went straight to the kitchen. There were stacks of pants, shirts, and masks. There were signs for women and men with sizes marked, and I walked through the men's section, taking 2 of everything and making it look casual. I had brothers, and I made good guesses at their sizes. I ran into Andre on my way out, and I told him I was getting them for my assistants. He knew me from earlier and didn't ask twice about it. I brought both sets to my room before taking one of them to Jonathan's room. He was already dressed for dinner, and he wasn't happy, but he changed quickly. I had no idea how I was going to get the uniform to John Michael, but I was so happy that I had it. I held on to the fact that he would be there with me the following day. Dinner was served at 9 p.m., and it was a huge ordeal with live music and dancers. Nick was a showman, and he gave speeches and made toasts. His actual birthday was a few days before, and he told stories about how he spent his day. The staff laughed as he talked, and photos of the whole scene basically took themselves. Everyone loosened up and started dancing when the dinner was over, and I took pictures the whole time, even though Nick told me I should put my camera down and enjoy myself. I assured him that if my camera was down, I would not be enjoying myself, and we laughed about how I was more comfortable behind the lens. He wasn't outright inappropriate, But I was hyper-aware of every time his hand brushed me, and I always moved and maintained a certain amount of professional distance. It was a beautiful dinner, a photographer's playground. The art came easily. I knew I would have beautiful work to show him. The problem was that he liked me. That was more and more evident as the night went on. If this had all happened to me a few months ago, I would have been fine with flirting back with him. But things were different for me now, and I wasn't able to do it. It was exhausting for me to concentrate on getting good work done, while at the same time conveniently avoiding Nick and pretending I did not notice his advances. I kept telling myself that he would be busier tomorrow night, and therefore he would be less of a challenge. I stayed by Jonathan once I was finished taking photos, and we made it back to our wing of the house by midnight. Jonathan tried to talk to me about Nick and the possibility of a love connection between us, and I shut him down and acted completely oblivious. I pretended to be hyperfixated on processing the evening's photos and preparing for tomorrow. I was relieved to find a text on my phone from John Michael when I went to my room. Looking at his name felt like home to me. I missed him and E so much. His text said that he would be up until midnight and that I should call if I had time. If not, he would touch base and see me the following day. I was overjoyed when I read it because it meant that his plans were solidified and he was planning on coming. I called him even though it was 12:15.
Hey,
he said. I could hear the smile in his voice, and I leaned into the phone, closing my eyes and concentrating on his voice. How are you? I said.
I'm great. Missing you. How are you?
I'm good. Are you coming here?
Yes, I'm flying. I should be in Miami by 7 p.m. It was the earliest thing I could find without leaving first thing in the morning and flying all over.
Yeah, any time is great. Thank you.
Are you okay?
He asked. Yeah, I have the outfit that the staff is wearing. I put one aside for you.
Is someone going to be missing it? Because I got black stuff together, like you were saying. Molly helped me get a black mask.
I'll take a picture of what I have and you can tell me if it's similar, I said. I put him on speakerphone and proceeded to lay the clothes on the bed. I took a couple of photos of the clothes and mask and sent them to him.
I did good,
he said.
But do I have to walk in with that mask? I'll feel like a goober walking up to the door with that on.
Go around to the back of the house. You'll see a big basketball court, and there is an entrance near it. It's where the servers come in. You will probably get stopped, but I'm going to leave your name. I'm actually going to leave the outfit in a bag for you also. If he has a problem with your clothes, you can change. You will be listed there as my assistant.
Got it. That sounds fine.
Oh my gosh, John, Michael, thank you so much for coming here. If I think of anything else, I'll text you.
Mom and Dad had some friends over earlier tonight.
I know, you were talking about that. How did it go? Did you guys have fun? Are you spending the night at your mom's tonight?
Yeah. Ethan and I are both here for tonight. I'm going to leave in the morning, and Mom will keep him. We were here the whole time their friends were here.
What about your return flight from Miami?
Oh yeah, I'm glad you asked. I was able to get on the same one as you.
I breathed a sigh of relief.
That's one of the 3 things I wanted to tell you.
3? What are the other 2? I asked.
It's about their friends coming. That's what I was starting to say. Ethan is like a little sponge with you. He has been singing all of those songs you teach him. My mom's friend is a music teacher, and she knew them all. She was so impressed that Ethan knew so many songs. And I told her he makes you teach him a new one just about every time you hang out.
I think it is every time, I said, laughing.
They videoed him singing with her. She said he's got talent. She complimented me on my parenting skills.
That's amazing.
I told her that was all you.
Aw, I said, feeling speechless. My heart was all the way back in North Carolina with them.
That's not all.
What?
That same lady saw the photo my mom has, the one with E and his dinosaur. I showed her your social media, and she wants you to come shoot photos at her school. A part-time job. She works at a really nice place. She works with the elementary ages, but it's an all-ages academy. St. Joseph and Peter.
I know that school. That's a beautiful school.
I know. And she said they were looking for a photographer. Anyway, you need to talk to her because she wanted to offer you a job.
Like more than just a one-time gig?
I think so. I don't know. I'll have to see if it works with your schedule and if it's even something you'll be interested in. I told her you take classes at the college, and I know they'd be willing to work with you. She mentioned sports. Would you ever want to shoot high school sports?
Yes, actually, I said. I've never thought of that, but it's similar to what I do now. I'd be good at sports. Football and basketball and stuff. Can they get me on the sidelines?
Yes, definitely.
That sounds amazing. I'd be good at that.
I'm proud of you, Sadie. I love that you try new things.
I'm proud of you that you try new things like hopping on a plane and coming to Miami. He laughed at that. We talked for another hour before hanging up the phone. I knew I would see him the following evening, and that was the reason I slept like a baby. Chapter 18. We ate brunch with Nick the following day. It was served in the main dining room where they ate dinner last night, but there were only a few of us this morning. Nick with a few others, Jonathan, and myself. We talked a lot about photos I had taken the night before. I steered the conversation that way since that was the reason for me being there. Nick was funny with the way he wanted to soak in the glory of his birthday. He relished the moments when people would wish him happy birthday, to the point where a person would feel compelled to say it again. Everyone around him seemed to dote over him. He was flirting with me still, but it never was so overt that Jonathan said anything. He was wrapped around Nick's finger anyway. I was so glad he was there with me, though. I had a lot to do that morning, so I excused myself after a while and went to my room to work on some of the photographs from the previous evening. Later that day, everyone went swimming. They begged me to go to the pool, and I relented only because I wanted to have enough photographs that he wouldn't ask me for more on Sunday. I took photos of Nick and his wet, bare torso from every angle.
Where are you going, Shy?
Nick yelled at me from across the pool when I picked up my things to leave. It's 6 o'clock, I yelled back.
So? You're not swimming?
I have to download these photos and start getting ready for tonight. I tried to get away while he was still across the patio, but he had seen me leaving and began crossing over to me. He was holding a drink, and his eyes squinted as he grinned at me with a lazy smile. Everyone was partying already, and the party hadn't even started. I felt like my seconds were twice as long as his. He was too slow and calm, and I wanted him to hurry up and say what he wanted to say so that I could go.
Did you get some good ones just now?
Yeah, I did. You're going to love them. I'll put it all with your package.
I'll worry about my package,
he said with a smile. I had hardly ever been so impatient in my life. I took a deep, calming breath, picturing the stack of $100 bills that was sitting on my dresser. I'll definitely include lots of options in your photo package, I said, nodding and blowing past his comment and being oblivious. I've got to be getting back, I said.
She's got to become the Raven,
Jonathan said, interjecting with a dramatic statement and making Nick smile.
Shy the Raven,
he said. I grinned and pretended to be into it, but honestly, it was all so cheesy to me. I knew this situation would have appealed to me in the past, but compared to John Michael and Ethan, all of these people seemed fake. That made my interactions with them feel forced. I had a few texts from John Michael, keeping me posted on his travels. He didn't expect to arrive at Nick's until time for the party. He knew where to go, and I knew he would have no problem getting in now that I had talked to Andre in the kitchen and given him a heads up. I had a lot to do to get myself and my equipment ready for the party. I always took time to style my hair and do my makeup when I went out. It was part of my image to have a polished and put-together appearance. It took me a couple of hours to get ready. John Michael had texted to let me know he would be a little later than he hoped, but that he was still on track to see me at the party. Jonathan texted me once it was closer to 9, saying that he was almost ready, and I took out my earbuds so that I could put them away. I had been playing music of my own, but now that my earbuds were out, I could hear the low bumping sound of bass from the house. I knew the party was going, and it was time for me to emerge from my room. I put on the fabric mask, tying it in a knot on the back of my head, before settling the larger mask on my head. I went to the mirror and gave myself a once-over before I grabbed my cameras. I hung a small one around my neck and held the larger one in my hand. The costume was breathtaking. Having nothing to do with me, just objectively speaking, the costume was beautiful. It made me look like a beautiful black ballerina bird, and I did a half-turn marveling at the playful sprig of feathers on my backside. It was a marvelous costume, and I felt sick and nauseated wearing it. I would 100% rather wear my own outfit. But there I was, wearing it and wishing I didn't love it so much. I contemplated taking it off, but I knew that answering questions about it would be more effort than it was worth. I stared at myself in the mirror, wondering how my perspective had changed so much. A few months ago, I would have been utterly impressed by coming to this party at Deadpan's house. But I stood there feeling dread, like I couldn't wait to get this trip over with. It wasn't just that I was abstaining from drugs. That added to it. It made time go by slower, and it made me take in situations in a different way. But that wasn't all of it. I thought about all of the things that had been said since I had been at his house, and it was just dirty talk. Conversations always went to drugs, sex, or other forms of debauchery. A few months ago, I wouldn't have even noticed. That stuff would have blown right past me. As it stood, it rubbed me the wrong way. I was a girl dressed up like a circus performer who was not at all interested in any of it. I felt like I was jumping through his hoops for money. I had laughed and gone along with all of their conversations today, and it felt so fake. Nick had alluded to being attracted to me and wanting to spend time with me after the party, and I didn't even stop him. I just smiled and pretended I didn't hear him, or vaguely agreed with things he said. I was ashamed of myself for not putting him in his place. It was my own fault. I was so glad that the next time I would see him, he would be surrounded by all of his party guests. I was even more glad that backup was on the way. Jonathan's presence made me feel a little better, but I would be overjoyed when John Michael finally arrived. I was under contract to work at 9 p.m., and I went out there several minutes early. People were everywhere. The house was dark and transformed, and the music was so loud that it penetrated all of my senses. I concentrated on taking photos. I quickly shed the larger mask in favor of the one that covered my eyes. It disappeared from its spot within the first 10 minutes, and I didn't care. I was cynical about the whole scene by that point. I had one camera in my hands and another across my shoulder and neck, so I couldn't concentrate on the location of a mask or care that someone had taken it. I took a lot of photos, and most of them included Nick, since I knew that was what he wanted. I snapped a lot of them when he was looking at other people, but he was always aware of my presence. I knew that because he glanced at me continually, and I had at least a dozen photos of him staring at the camera. It was only 9:15 or 9:30 when Nick called me over to himself. He stepped away from a group of people and looked straight at me, gesturing for me to go to him. The music was loud and there were people everywhere, so he leaned in to speak to me.
"How are they coming out?"
he said. "Great. I've got some good ones." I smiled and gave him a thumbs up. He gripped me by the midsection, right at the small of my waist, and tugged me inward.
"I need to tell you something."
"What is it?"
"You're hot,"
he said, his breath heavy with fumes. I stepped away from him, fake smiling. "Thank you," I said. He nudged his chin at me like he wanted to say something else, and I leaned in cautiously.
"I'm a vampire."
"Cool," I said, trying not to be awkward.
"I'm high, and it's my birthday," he continued.
"That's awesome," I said, not meaning it.
"That means I get anything I want."
He licked his lips, and I smiled, but inwardly I felt disgusted. I was amazed that a few months ago this experience would have all been so amazing to me.
"Party with me tonight, Shy. I've got some stuff for you in the bathroom right now. The best stuff."
Before I met John Michael, I would have agreed to put down my camera and do it. But now I had no desire. I had been offered 3 different types of drugs since the party had started, and in the past, I would have been using by now. "I'm working," I said, smiling and pulling farther away from him.
"Stop working! Nobody likes a workaholic!"
His words followed me because he called out. And I walked away from him, smiling and pretending to take it as a joke. I walked away, and he held his hand out to me longingly. The music was pulsing, and people were all around him. He began to move in a liquid motion like some sort of belly dancer. People were dancing all around him, and he was messed up enough that I easily walked away from him and disappeared into the crowd. I was angry at him for touching me, but I was even angrier at myself for not putting him in his place about it. I knew John Michael would be there soon, and I hated that this guy had his hands on me at all. What if John Michael had seen that? I moved to the other side of the room and took some pictures, pretending to focus on work when all I could think about was the night being over. Time seemed to drag. Songs seemed to last an hour. A couple of songs passed, and Nick disappeared with a few guys. I knew that would give me a minute to check my phone and see if I had heard from John Michael. I turned to head toward the kitchen. I would find Andre and ask if my assistant had arrived. I glanced over as I walked, and I saw Jonathan on the floor in the living room. He was sprawled out, trying to get a good camera angle on a group of women who were clamoring over him and posing. I felt a hand on my arm, and I glanced at it. I knew it was good news instantly. It was John Michael. My heart soared. I made eye contact with him and smiled at the sight of him in that mask. He was wearing a black mask. We both were. I blinked, resisting the urge to cry. He was so handsome that my heart ached. I could not stop a smile from spreading across my face. He was there, and now I was okay. "Follow me," I said, walking out of the living room as quickly as I could. I went straight for the bathroom, and it was occupied. I kept walking until I saw a closet. I went inside and pulled him in, not bothering to close the door since it would have been pitch black. It was dark and secluded inside, and I didn't take the time to look for a light. I took him into my arms as quickly as I could. I loved the darkness and took pleasure in his embrace. Relief flooded my body. The music was loud. It was muffled by the closet walls and the sound of my own heart pounding, but I could still feel the heavy bass pulsing through the walls. I held on to John Michael for what must have been 20 full seconds. I clutched my camera in my hand, unwilling to let go of him long enough to put it down. He held me back.
"Are you okay?"
"Yes, I'm so glad you're here," I said.
"I'm sorry it took so long," he said. "The rental car company took forever. It's a long story, but I'm driving a convertible. This dress is unbelievable. You're beautiful."
"I wish I wasn't," I said. "I should have been the jester." I held on to him in the dark, letting my face rest on his chest. "What kind of convertible?" I said. "A Beetle?"
"A Beetle?" "No, a BMW.
"That's amazing. How fun."
"Why do you say you wish you weren't beautiful?"
"Because."
"Are you uncomfortable here?"
"Yes."
"Did that guy hurt you, Sadie?"
"No, but he makes me uncomfortable. I'm just so happy you're here, John Michael." I said his name with that fast, slurred familiarity, shortening it, the type of name-bending that only came after saying his name 1,000 times. My voice was weak and pleading because I was so desperately relieved to have him there. It was dark in the closet, except for what little light was coming from the partially open door. The whole house was relatively dark, so I could hardly see the shapes of his face, even when I pulled back to look at him. I reached up and touched the side of his face with my free hand, and leaned up to kiss him. He let his mouth meet mine, kissing me with patience, even though these were the oddest of circumstances. His mouth was warm and soft, and I opened my mouth to him, taking his bottom lip into my mouth and triggering him to kiss me deeply. I needed it. We kissed for a few seconds, and it caused a warm flood of relief to wash over me. "I never want to kiss anyone but you," I said.
"Good," he said. "I hope you haven't."
"Of course I haven't. And I want you to stay by me tonight. Even if I'm working, stay where you can see me. Can you?"
"Are you sure you're okay?"
"Yes. I just love you. Being here with these people, it makes me know how much I just love you so much." I hung my second camera on my shoulder and snuggled up next to him. "I don't want anyone else to ever hold me and kiss me for the rest of my life, okay?" He was quiet for a few heartbeats.
"Do you want to leave with me now? Just get out of here?" Yes, so much. I wish I could. You have no idea. You can. I'm under contract to stay at the party until 2 a.m. Or what? Or I don't get paid. Which I don't care as much for myself, but I already promised Jonathan some of it. There's $12,000 sitting on the dresser upstairs. I owe some of that to Jonathan. He's out there lying on the floor taking pictures of people. I'll give you $12,000 to leave here with me right now. Oh my gosh, John Michael, you would never have to pay me to go anywhere with you. I will, though. If you want to leave, I'll pay you what he was going to pay, so you're not losing money. No, you won't, but yes, I'll leave. You will? Yes. My heart just felt so relieved when you said that. Let's go. Let me go find Jonathan and tell him what's going on. I'm going to let him keep using the camera. I touched the side of his face. The mask was too handsome on him. It accentuated the lines of his jaw. John Michael Kennedy was a gorgeous slice of wholesome handsome. He looked like life and goodness in a house that had less appeal by the second. Are you sure he's okay here? Does he need to leave with us? I'll pay him and get him a room. He was talking about Jonathan, worried about him. I smiled at John Michael for being such a champion. There he was, showing up in Miami, Florida, offering to rescue me and my friend and pay us for doing nothing. His generosity was undeserved, and such a relief that I felt tears stinging my eyes. Chapter 19. John Michael followed me when we left the closet and went back into the living area of the house, where most of the guests were congregated. I told him to wait for me, and I elbowed my way through the crowd to talk to Jonathan. He was taking some video of a group dancing, and I waited a few feet over for him to finish what he was doing. I took a few photos from where I was standing just because it was more comfortable for me to do that rather than just stand there. The party was in full swing. Hundreds of beautiful people were dressed up in costumes and dancing to the music. I cut in as soon as I saw Jonathan stop what he was doing. I touched him on the arm, and he glanced at me, a giant smile crossing his face. This party is so fire, Shy. Look around yourself. How did we ever get here? I can't believe this is my life. You are such a queen. Can you take some still shots for me? I already had like 4 and some K. I need to take it easy. I'll go to the bar with you if you want to take one, though. I'm asking about the camera. Do you remember how to take still shots? The regular photographs, not video? Oh, yes, I've taken a lot of those already. He was constantly moving as he talked to me, and I touched his arm again to ground him and get him to look at me. Okay, well, Jonathan, I'm leaving. I have to go for the rest of the night and the trip. What? Why in the world? Are you okay? You look so fire in these feathers, Shy girl. Stay, dance with me. I have to go. Listen, I want you to still take photos and video if you want, but don't kill yourself, Jonathan. I'm not taking the money from Nick. I hope he'll still pay you, but if he doesn't, I'll pay you when we get back. Listen, Jonathan, I'll see you at the airport. I'll meet you there Monday for our flight. If something happens and you feel uncomfortable here, just jump in an Uber and call me. I'll tell you where I'm staying. Why would I ever feel uncomfortable here? And why are you leaving? He asked, gesturing around us in a fluid motion that went with the music. I have to leave. Why would you ever? I smiled, and he took my picture. His smile was gigantic when he put down the camera, and I reached out and hugged him. I'm having fun, he said. I know. So you're leaving now, and I'm not going to see you till the airport? Yes, that's right. Why, Shy? I just have to. I'll leave a note for Deadpan. Oh no, are you sick? Are you too messed up? I'm sorry. The party's just getting started. Maybe you can lay down for a minute and come back out. No, thank you. I'm okay, but I've already made up my mind about going. I have a ride. Have fun, Jonathan. I'll see you soon, okay? Okay, I miss you, but you do you, queen, he hollered at me as he walked away, going back into the crowd. I took one last look, scanning the room to make sure Nick wasn't looking at me. I didn't see him, and I looked at the perimeter of the wall and saw John Michael, who was waiting for me.
I motioned for him to follow me and waited for his nod before I took off toward the hallway. I was 10 steps ahead of John Michael, but I glanced back continually to make sure he was following me. I went through the kitchen and toward the back hallway that led to our bedrooms. "Hey, Andre, my assistant is behind me," I said, turning to gesture to John Michael, who gave Andre a wave. We both walked past Andre and to the hallway that would take us to the stairs. I moved quickly because I didn't know where Nick was, and I didn't want to run into him. "Close that door, please," I said, coming into the bedroom. I went straight to the bed where I set down my cameras, and then I crossed back to John Michael and threw myself into his arms. I could feel his chest rise and fall as he took a deep breath, holding me. I wondered what he thought of all this, but I didn't take the time to ask. I kissed his cheek and broke the hug. "I'm going to get my things together and write a note. I'm changing, too. It's going to take a minute."
"That's fine."
I kissed his other cheek before adding a light one on his mouth.
"This place is crazy."
"I know. I was wondering what you thought. I'm sorry."
"Don't be sorry. Just do what you need to do and we'll get out of here."
I kissed him again, a quick one before breaking away and getting to work. I went to my luggage and searched for some other clothes. I changed in the bathroom and situated the costume and cloth mask in the closet where I found it. Then I wrote a note. "Nick, thanks so much for having me and the great hospitality. Something has come up and I unfortunately cannot stay for the rest of the party. Jonathan is going to finish the job. I am leaving my media card with all of my photos so that you can edit and use them as you wish. I am not taking any payment for services since the full contract was not met. Jonathan is still working. I had promised him $2,500. It would be great if he could get paid since he is able to continue working. Thank you for the hospitality this weekend. You were a kind host, and I wish you a happy birthday. I'm sorry I had to leave so abruptly. Best of luck with your music. All the best, Shy." I hated it when he and Jonathan had been calling me by that name all weekend, but now I loved signing it. I was already out of that dress and back to being Sadie. Shy was someone else, and I got to leave her here on the note and in the closet. I set the note and 2 of my own camera storage cards on the table. It was my own equipment, but I wanted to be done with this party and not look at them again. I packed, and within minutes, the 2 of us had all of my things in our arms and were heading outside. I walked ahead of him, and we both moved quickly through the outskirts of the house to the nearest exit. We had to walk around the yard, and I hesitated from a distance when I saw the valet station at the front of the house. "Where did you park?" I asked, turning to look at him.
"It's a little way down the street. It was my only option if I didn't want to use the valet, and I didn't want to do that. Stay here. I'll go get the car and I'll pull up right there and get you."
I nodded, and John Michael left the luggage with me and took off, jogging through the yard to the street. He was in shape, and I just kept feeling like he was such a champion. There I was, in a dark yard with all of my best camera equipment and personal belongings. I would be so stuck in this house without him. I depended on him for every step of this process. I waited there for 5 or 6 minutes, until I saw a silver convertible pull into the valet. I knew it was him by the way he whipped into the front driveway. He got out of the car and began talking to the valet. He pointed in my direction, and I headed that way with my 3 bags. John Michael came jogging toward me to help me back to the car. He had lost the mask, and his shirt was unbuttoned at the collar. He was strikingly handsome, and he moved quickly and coolly. He spoke to the valet once I sat inside, but I didn't hear any of it. I sat in the passenger's seat while he got the luggage packed into the trunk. My camera bag was back there, and I didn't even turn around to check on it. I was so ready to leave. Within seconds, John Michael opened the driver's door and sat in the seat next to me. He locked the door and then reached down to put the car in gear. "You have to switch gears? Is this a race car or something? Who drives a standard?" He let out a laugh.
"It's all they had. That's why I got a car at all. Something happened and it was a mess at the rental car company."
He moved, shifting gears and looking out of the windows to get onto the road. We drove to an intersection and took a right before he slowed down enough to type an address into his GPS.
"I'm heading to my hotel,"
he said.
"We can put your things in there."
"Thank you." He got up to speed, and as soon as his hand was free, he reached out for mine.
You're beautiful.
In jeans and a sweatshirt? I asked, feeling self-conscious after the quick change.
Yes,
he said. He pulled my arm close to him and let his cheek rest on the back of my hand. I leaned toward him.
I have a suite, so you can have your own room and I'll sleep in the living room on the couch. Will that be okay?
I looked at him when he said it.
If you want your own room, I can get that too.
A suite's fine. I was thinking about the couch. I'll sleep on the couch.
No.
It's the least I can do. And I love couches. Remember, I used to be a party girl. I'm used to it. I lived on couches.
I really don't mind giving you the bed,
he said.
Or I can get you a room. We can see how you feel when we get there.
It's perfect, I said once I was inside a few minutes later. It was a normal hotel room, a one-bedroom suite. I felt comfortable there with him from the first few seconds. I don't want my own room. I'll stay right there. I pointed excitedly to the couch, and he laughed. He put down my bag, and I went to him, landing in his arms, feeling loved and protected, rescued.
Did that dude hurt you? Because you need to tell me if he did. I'll go over there before we leave this city.
No, he didn't. He was just really weird. I mean, I guess he's the type of weird I would have been okay with a few months ago, but it was just too much for me.
Was he trying to hook up with you?
Yes, but he didn't do anything. He just mentioned it. I'm sorry I got myself into that. I didn't think I'd need rescuing. I didn't have a car or anything. I didn't expect to feel trapped, but I did.
Jonathan, is he okay? He seemed like he wanted to stay.
Yeah, he loved it.
I saw that money sitting in your room.
Pretty dramatic on a plate. I held his hands and stood in front of him, checking him out. You look amazing in all black, and you looked good in a mask, I said. He smiled at me.
You think?
Yes, but you look good without it, too.
I'm glad, because I'd rather be out of that thing. I'm so glad you were willing to leave. I would have been wound up all night watching over you. I was going to do it, but, ugh.
I might still want you to watch over me all night, I said in a soft tone.
Don't worry,
he said with a smile. Do you love me? I asked, feeling like I needed to hear it.
Do you think I fly to other states and put on masks for women I don't love?
So, yes?
Yes, I love you, Sadie.
I love you too, I said. I don't deserve you, but I'm keeping you. I fitted his arms around my waist securely. Food? I added before he could respond.
What about it?
Do you want some?
Like out to eat?
Sure, I said.
Are you up for it?
Of course I am. I'm rescued. I'm excited. I feel great. None of those people know where I'm at or care that I'm gone.
I could definitely go for some food.
I smiled. I saw a diner that was open on the way here. Chapter 20. It was the most glorious photograph I had ever taken. My eyes blurred with tears, and I shook as I pressed the button to trigger the shutter. I took several in a row, but the first one was the winner. I was in a diner, and I had climbed onto a neighboring booth to frame a shot of John Michael and take a picture of him. I laid out on the bench seat, tucking my head beneath the backside of the adjacent table and taking the photo from under there. It was shaded and mysterious in the foreground, and in the background there were neon lights and all the curved lines and vinyl and chrome of a diner. The focus point of the photograph was John Michael, sitting in the neighboring booth with the remnants of our late-night breakfast in front of him. He was holding onto a cup of coffee and looking like a piece of art. He glanced at me with that perfect half-smile when I shimmied under the table, and I caught the perfect moment, the perfect smile. I knew I would never take another photograph like it. I was shaking as I went back to our booth and sat across from him.
What?
He said, seeing my intense face. I think I just took an amazing picture. I don't even want to look at it because I'm nervous.
You're adorable. I can't believe you're working on your night off.
I pointed at the camera. That's not work to me. Earlier tonight it was. But what I just did, that was the most fun I could possibly have. I think it's my favorite picture ever. I'm so glad I brought this with me tonight. I knew I wanted to make some new memories with my camera tonight, and I figured Miami would be pretty picturesque, but this photo was already close to my heart. I couldn't wait to plug it into my laptop and see if it was in focus. I knew it was. At that moment, our server walked up and cleared some of our used dishes. She was pouring more coffee into our mugs when she said, "How long have you two been a couple?" John Michael and I met eyes when she said that, and he grinned at me.
"A couple of months," he said.
"You're cute together."
"Thank you,"
I said. "Where'd you meet?" she asked, looking at me. "In North Carolina," I said. "That's where we're from."
"My parents have a campground up there, and we met at the same fire pit where they met."
"You two did?" she asked. He nodded. "You two met at the same place where your parents did?" she asked, looking confused and not getting it.
"My parents met there 30 years ago," he said. "They bought the camp because of that fire pit, and that's where Sadie and I met."
The waitress nodded, getting it. I was confused for a second. "I didn't even think about that," I said to him. "We did meet there, didn't we?" I imagined that day and how terrible I must have looked. That was the morning after the wreck. I felt a rush of regret and embarrassment at the thought, but it melted away when he stretched his hand across the table. I reached out and held his hand, feeling thankful and reassured. "Oh my goodness, that's so romantic. That's one special fire pit."
"It really is,"
John Michael agreed sweetly. "I should go there," she said. "What's the name of the place? I could stand to find the man of my dreams." She was just joking and being friendly. She smiled and turned to leave with their tray of dirty dishes.
"Camp Eden,"
he called. "Camp Eden? Aw, how pretty," she said as she walked away. "I didn't even think about meeting you at the fire pit and how your parents—" "I'm sorry for how we met that day, John Michael. That sunburn."
"Something had to get you there,"
he said, smiling kindly at me. "I know, but I just want you to know that I regret things. I thought my life was so cool, and looking back, when you're in the moment, making the choices, you don't see what you look like from the outside."
"What makes you say that?"
"I don't know, just tonight. Nick, he had on these teeth. They were dental-grade pieces, fake teeth to make him look like a vampire. They made his teeth pointed. Not in a costume shop way, but in a discreet way that made it look real. The thing is, he thought he was the coolest person in the whole world tonight with those things, and everyone there went along with it like they agreed."
"It is Halloween,"
he said. "I know. It's just so showy and cheesy, and none of it appealed to me at all. And then I think of how a few months ago, I would have thought that was hot, and now I could barely keep a straight face. It's not that I think I'm better than anybody, it's just that, I don't know. I'm just relieved that I sort of see through some things. I think about all those pictures I took of him tonight, and contrast to the one I just took, and I'm just, I don't know, thankful that I'm here. I want to never put myself in situations like that again. I'm sorry you had to come here."
"But you're not sorry I am here,"
he said as more of a statement than a question. "No, never. I'm going to call that lady about the job, the one from the school."
"Good, you should. She loves you already."
"How?"
"Those songs. She couldn't leave Ethan alone about it. She loved that he knew so many songs. She sat there and did that whole Mac, 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 dressed in black, 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 hand-clapping thing with him. She couldn't believe he knew it, with the motions. Then Mom started telling her about you and showing her your work. She really does want you to call her."
"She knew that song?" He nodded.
"She knew the whole bit about asking the mother for 50 cents and everything."
"Oh, I like this lady," I said.
"Yeah."
"She did the whole song with E?"
"Yes, and he was so proud that he knew it. My mom was completely amazed. She had never even heard of that song. She had no idea E knew it."
I grinned and shook my head. "I just taught that to him the other day."
"Well, he knew it, and they were both just rattling it off like they were best friends."
I laughed.
"Thank you,"
he said, his expression sincere. "For teaching him those songs? It's my pleasure."
"No, not just that. It does something for me that I can't quite explain. He's got women in his life, And they all teach him stuff, but it's my mom and sisters, and we kind of all know the same stuff.
He shrugged.
I don't know. It's just neat to have someone pouring into him and teaching him new things, like a mom would or whatever. It makes me proud of him, to see him grow and learn new things, and I don't know. Thank you. Thank you for taking the time to teach him stuff.
My eyes stung with tears and became blurry. I wanted the responsibility of being a mom to E, and I deeply hoped John Michael saw me as worthy. I wanted to be worthy. You're welcome, I said. I love him. And I don't want you to think that I'm going to be running off and getting us into predicaments like this, I said. I know it's not good for him to see you have to come here after me and miss his trick-or-treating. I want you to know I regret getting myself into this. I'm not going to take jobs like this again.
You're done with vampires?
He asked, smiling sweetly. I let out a little laugh as I took a sip of coffee. Yeah, I'm sticking to alive guys.
Specifically to me?
He asked, sitting back in the booth and looking like a giant hunk of gorgeousness. You and one other guy.
Who?
He asked, his eyebrows furrowing. He was irresistible. E.
Oh, me and E? Yeah, you can stick to us.
I miss him, I said. You need to send me those pictures of him as Mario. He nodded.
I'll text them to you.
John Michael?
Yes?
When we get back to the hotel, can we get cleaned up and then snuggle up on the couch to watch a movie?
Yes.
And can I fall asleep on your shoulder and you tuck me in when you go to bed?
Are you making me let you sleep on the couch?
It's an amazing couch, and I want to. I'll put out blankets and make it really cozy. And I have a whole big plan. I want to fall asleep snuggled up while the movie's still on, and then you can tuck me in and turn it off. Then I can wake up in the morning and drink coffee with you. Maybe you can come back over to me and snuggle again.
That doesn't sound like a terrible plan.
That's not all terrible. And I have more stuff I want to do.
You do?
Yes, tomorrow. I want to get t-shirts and play carnival games. Can you do one where you punch something or hit some kind of target and win me a giant prize? He laughed.
Yes. Find me a game and I'll win a giant prize for you.
You will? I'll find it, I said, laughing with him. We're joking, but if we're not leaving till Monday, I really would like to do something fun in this city tomorrow.
I'm down for that. In a place this big, there's got to be some place for me to win you a prize.
I also want to buy a t-shirt and maybe have our caricature drawn or our picture taken by someone else and maybe get ice cream and walk on the beach. Oh my goodness, John Michael, I'm not going to be able to snuggle you too long in the morning. We've got a big day coming together, a lot to accomplish.
We better go get started,
he said, setting down his coffee cup. Epilogue. The following day. I woke up to the smell of breakfast and coffee the following morning. We ate and hung out in the room for the first hour, and then I got dressed and we went out for the day. We went for a long walk on the beach and then to lunch. We did some shopping and stopped at 3 art galleries. I bought myself 2 t-shirts that said Miami, and one for John Michael and Ethan as well. I also bought Ethan a small but realistic dinosaur that I knew he would love. It was about 4 p.m. when we decided to go back to the hotel. We rested for a while and drank a cup of coffee before going to dinner at a sushi place. Later, we found the small section of the boardwalk with my beloved carnival games. I had scoped it out earlier in the day. I knew it would be so cool to take photos there at night, and I was pumped about going. We had already played 2 games, the bottle toss and the one where you swing a heavy hammer and see how strong you are. John Michael won me prizes at both of them, one small and one medium. I had on a cute skirt with chucks and one of my Miami tourist shirts, and I was loving life. We stopped for a minute so that I could eat some cotton candy. I stood there, taking in all the sights, sounds, and tastes. My camera was hanging over my shoulder, and all was right with the world. I loved all the noise and action. I had the best day, and I was just so peaceful and dreamy feeling as I stood there taking it all in.
What's that smile about?
He said.
Are you dreaming about a tattoo?
Me? Oh, I paused and realized I had been staring absent-mindedly into a tattoo shop that happened to be in my line of vision. No, actually, I was thinking about other things. Just having fun today, and I snapped my eyes up to meet his gaze. But sometime I might. I wasn't looking at that tattoo shop just now. I didn't even realize it was there. But I do want to warn you, Jay, I am a little weird. I know I made fun of them for the teeth and said I thought he was cheesy, but I'm still a weirdo a little bit. I just want to warn you in case you... I won't do any drugs or anything against God, but I might not always have normal fashion choices. He tilted his head at me and smiled in such a way as to tell me that he was not at all surprised by my warning or worried about my fashion choices.
You do realize that when we met, you had a windshield all the way across your face.
I laughed at the thought of my bedraggled outfit that morning. So you're saying you like that I'm weird? I said, teasing him. He gave me a confident shrug.
If you want to put it that way.
I do, I said, making him laugh a little. I heard back from Jonathan when I was heading into the restroom a minute ago.
Really? Was he being serious?
Yes. He's not coming to the airport tomorrow. He's staying. I guess Nick likes his photography or whatever. Anyway, he's keeping him around. I don't know for how long, but he's staying for now. It works out because he was having trouble in Raleigh anyway, not making ends meet.
Is he just staying here forever? Not going back to get his things?
I shrugged. I have no idea. His text made it sound like he's never going back. He sounds happy, and I'm glad they have it worked out with the photography and everything from last night. That makes me feel better.
Speaking of feeling better, am I winning you that big one? Because I think that bottle toss might be my best shot at it. I can do any shooting game or the ladder one, but I don't see those.
I don't need a big one, I said.
I'll win you one.
No, it's okay. I don't know how I would carry it back with me on the plane, and I'd feel bad leaving it here. I pulled some cotton candy off of the pink cloud and offered him some. My hands are clean. I just washed them. He didn't hesitate to eat the cotton candy. I felt his mouth barely touch my fingers, and I smiled like it was the guiltiest of pleasures. It was. John Michael was unbelievably handsome, and I felt all warm in the pit of my stomach when his mouth touched me.
One of the things on your list for today was to win a big one. Are you sure you don't want me to do it?
I really don't need one, I said. I have 2 prizes already, and those other souvenirs. If I got anything else from here, it would be that. I nudged my chin, and he looked over there.
I knew it. I knew you were checking out that tattoo shop. I wouldn't be mad.
I grinned. I was talking about the place next to it, but I was just joking. I'm messing with you.
The sandwich?
He looked confused for a second.
The jewelry store?
I'm just messing with you.
Were you? Because I'll buy you anything you want from there. Is it open? Do you want jewelry? Let's go.
No, I was just messing around. He tugged on my arm.
Come on.
No, Jay, I don't need that. I wasn't talking about random jewelry. I don't need to go shopping, really. I was messing with you. I smiled and leaned into his shoulder, and he put his hand on my waist.
A ring? Is that what you were messing with me about?
Yes, I was just saying, I wasn't looking at the tattoo shop. I laughed again.
Seriously, Sadie. Would you wear a ring if I bought you one?
Yes, I mean, an engagement ring?
Is there another kind?
I shrugged. Promise, I guess, or any ring. A ring can be a ring. I have rings that aren't engagement rings.
I hope they're not,
he said, making me smile again.
What if I did buy you a ring that was an engagement ring? Would you wear that?
I would if I was engaged to you. I could feel my cheeks burning. He thought for a minute.
That's probably something you would want to think about and not do right now.
I tilted my head at him. Are you telling me that or asking?
I'm asking.
Oh, no then.
No what?
No, I don't need to think about it. He stared.
So if I bought you a ring right now, you would wear it?
If you bought it and asked me to marry you, then yes, I would wear it.
Right now.
I smiled and glanced that way. I don't even think they're open. But yes, theoretically, yes.
But if we're not talking theoretically,
he said, pulling me near to him. He hovered with his mouth only an inch from mine. We tasted like cotton candy, and I smiled as I leaned in and kissed him. I've never meant any of this theoretically. I don't know why I said that. If you ever decide to buy me a real ring, not a theoretical one, I would not hesitate to put it on my finger that instant. Whatever moment you buy it and give it to me, that's the moment I'll wear it.
That would translate to our lives changing, he said. We would be telling people about it when we get back.
Ethan would need to know, I said.
Yes.
Would he want that? I asked.
Would he want you to be his mom?
John Michael asked, making me experience a wave of anticipation as I waited for him to continue.
Yes. He would love that, actually. He mentioned it to me several times already. Sadie, what? Are you okay? Why are you crying?
I could do nothing to stop the tears when he said that. I thought of that baby asking about me, and I just was so full of joy that I could not take it. I could not contain it. I'm sorry. I wiped at the tears as they actively fell. It's happiness. I'm happy. I'm going to be good to him, John Michael. I promise I'm going to be good. He hugged me, and then he pulled back and kissed me. He kissed my cheeks where my tears had fallen, and then he kissed my mouth.
You are good, Sadie.
I know, but I just want you to know that I'll be good. I'll be accountable. I love you both.
I think it's safe to say we feel the same way.
You love me? I asked. He made a little sound, deep and low in his chest.
So much.
My eyes were still wet, and I blinked, taking in the stinging physical sensation. These are happy tears, I said, wiping at my cheek.
Hey, excuse me!
John Michael yelled, and I was close to him, so it startled me. I jumped.
Are you still open?
He called. We just closed! It was a lady at the jewelry store, and she had come outside to take in a chalkboard wooden sign that was propped in front of the store. John Michael took my hand and started walking that way.
Do you want one?
He asked, quickly and quietly to me as we began to walk towards her. Yes, I assured him. He held a finger out to the lady.
We would like to buy just one item from you. We won't take long at all.
She scanned our appearance as we approached. Only if it's an engagement ring, she said to us with a smile.
It is,
he easily agreed. She looked stunned. It is? Really? I was going to let you shop either way.
It is an engagement ring,
he said. She gave us a huge grin.
Oh, well, in that case, congratulations, and come on in.
She stepped back and held the door as we walked inside. The jewelry store on the boardwalk happened to have the world's most perfect, round, solitaire engagement ring. 15 minutes later, it was sized to fit and resting on my finger. I went back to Raleigh with a ring on my hand and John Michael Kennedy on my arm. I had Ethan, too. And the three of us would definitely live happily ever after. This is Kate Rudd. We hope you have enjoyed this unabridged production of Something New by Brooke St. James. Text copyright 2024 by Brooke St. James. Production copyright 2024 by Brooke St. James. All rights reserved. Thank you for listening.